Alright, what's up, guys? We're gonna keep going to the nebula. We're gonna keep working our way home. Let's get our lights and night vision turned on. And we gotta remap to the next place. Oh, cool, we got 2 neutron jumps in the sequence. 3 neutron jumps in the sequence. So, hell yeah, that'll be pretty cool. Any more? No, just those last 3. That's okay. Having 3 neutron jumps in the sequence, that'll be pretty fun. Let's get super cruising, make sure that we've scanned everything in here. And after that, I'm gonna get the playlist going over here. Empty figures. So let's come into the codex. I know we left off with the Guardians, but I cannot remember where in the Guardians we were at. So we're just gonna listen to everything about the Guardians again. And then I'll get some more stuff queued up here in a minute once we get moving. Actually, I know we also listened to the Dark Wheel and to Raxla. I think we also listened to Colonia, and I think that we were on to individuals and corporations. So we'll probably do corporations next, and then the rest of the individuals. Alright, everything's fully scanned, so we're good to go. Let's see about hyperspace throttle turned off. Okay, that's cool. It means we can just keep going once we drop out.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two. Fuel scooping. Warning, temperature critical. Fuel scoop disengaged. System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two. Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Yo, what the fuck? Why is it taking so long, man? Yo, if the system map doesn't fucking load soon, I'm just gonna exit and reload. It's a little frustrating.
Cannot comply. Frameshift drive charging. Ready to engage. 3, 2, 1. Engage.
I really hope that reloading the game didn't fuck up those neutron jumps. 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. Actually, 4 now. That's even better, honestly. Here's hoping that the fucking system map doesn't break again. There we go. Yay! Now we got the system map. Yay! I totally did not mean to drop out. Oh well.
Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged. complete. Frameshift drive charging. System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging. charging. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete. System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
It's a bit out of the way, but we could probably go see this nebula after we get to that one. Go to that nebula, then go to this one. And we got another one over here we could go to. By the time we get to this one... I mean, yeah, the next closest one is going to be the halfway point bookmark. Then if we go from that one, we can go see this nebula. That looks like the last really good one on the way there. These are all kind of small. That sounds good to me, though. Got this nebula here that we'll go see. We're gonna go see this one. So, we'll go see this one next. And then go hit up this one up here, too.
Frameshift drive charging.
I just realized I haven't had the playlist going this whole time. Derp. Oh, it also cleared when I fucking went back to the main menu earlier, damn it.
Fuel scooping complete.
The Guardians. Introduction. The Guardians were a non-human race that occupied a large area of space several million years ago. At its height, the Guardian civilization was technologically superior to human civilization of the 33rd century, and occupied an area of roughly equivalent size. The Guardians endured as a spacefaring civilization for at least 8,000 years before being destabilized by a lengthy civil war. The surviving Guardians were then destroyed by artificially intelligent machines of their own creation. The galaxy contains the ruins of dozens of Guardian settlements, and data logs recovered from these sites have allowed humanity to compile a remarkably detailed picture of Guardian society. The Guardians. Early history. The Guardian society originally consisted of groups of pack hunters who banded together for mutual protection before organizing themselves into clans. Even at this stage, the Guardians were highly intelligent, and they developed sophisticated hunting strategies that quickly saw them become their planet's apex predator. The Guardians' nascent civilization consisted of two discrete ethnic groups, one based primarily in the south of the planet and one in the north. As these groups expanded, they began to encroach on each other's territory, leading to a conflict that quickly blossomed into civil war. The Northern Clan, despite being the smaller of the two groups, overcame their enemy swiftly and with minimal bloodshed, bringing the entirety of the Guardian civilization under their leadership. In the centuries that followed, the Guardian society developed rapidly. Despite their warlike instincts, the Guardians possessed a remarkable capacity for collaboration and compromise. Their willingness to defer immediate gains in favor of lasting societal benefits allowed them to establish a stable, mutually cooperative society that was to remain peaceful and prosperous for thousands of years. The Guardians. Technological era. Although the Guardian society was in many ways a model of social equilibrium, the Guardians were nevertheless at the mercy of an insidious issue: overpopulation. As their civilization grew and the amount of available land and resources dwindled, the Guardians set their sights on interplanetary colonization. By this time, the Guardians had developed a rudimentary form of space travel, but as the pressures of overpopulation became more acute, the rate of technological progress accelerated, and the Guardian imperfect starships were soon supplanted by fast, powerful spacefaring vessels. In the centuries that followed, the Guardian civilization expanded rapidly, eventually coming to occupy a region equal to that inhabited by present-day humanity. The Guardians' next major development was the creation of an interstellar communications system known as the Monolith Network. In addition to functioning as a comprehensive cultural archive, the network allowed those connected to it to freely and instantaneously share knowledge and ideas. The connection to the network was dependent on the use of neural implants, and some of the Guardians were uneasy about this fusion of biological and non-biological. The Guardians. War with the Thargoids. Tens of thousands of years earlier, when the Guardians were still a non-spacefaring race, a group of Thargoids entered what would later become Guardian space, looking for new systems to colonize. In addition to earmarking several systems containing ammonia worlds, they prepared a number of planets for occupation. by seeding them with barnacles. These genetically modified constructs were designed to extract resources from a planet and transform them into resources more useful to the Thargoids. For the Thargoids, seeding a planet with barnacles was an important step in preparing an area for occupation. The Thargoids did not return to these systems for thousands of years, and when they did, they discovered that a new race had occupied them, the Guardians. The Thargoids promptly attacked, due to their innate territorialism. The Guardians responded with a partial retreat, but they also started trying to find ways to communicate with the Thargoids, hoping to determine the cause of their aggression and perhaps negotiate a truce. After considerable effort, they succeeded in acquiring sufficient understanding of the Thargoids' language to determine the invaders' agenda, but they were unable to convince the Thargoids they bore them no ill will, and the Thargoids were unshakable in their belief that they must repel any race that posed a potential threat. The Guardians were left with no choice but to defend themselves militarily. At first, they deployed soldiers, but they quickly realized that drones and other mechanized defenses would be more effective against such a physically formidable enemy. Within a relatively short period of time, the Guardians' war machines became highly sophisticated, able to recognize Thargoid engineering and to operate entirely independently. Similarly, the Thargoids' biomechanical technology was engineered to identify anything of Guardian origin. To this day, many
System scan complete.
millions of years after the Guardian
Frameshift drive charging.
disappeared, Guardian artifacts are still able to recognize Thargoid technology. And Thargoid technology still reacts negatively to the presence of Guardian artifacts. The Guardians' war machines felt no fear, fatigue, or uncertainty. The Thargoids, meanwhile, had entered Guardian space unprepared for a protracted military campaign, and ultimately they were forced to retreat. For the Guardians, this was cause for celebration, but many still harbored doubts about the rapid rate of technological progress, doubts that the development of sophisticated military hardware had done nothing to alleviate. The Guardians, final era. For decades, the Guardians have been experimenting with artificial intelligence, but the creation of the monolith network and the knowledge sharing it facilitated dramatically accelerated the rate of progress. Soon, the Guardians' experiments bore fruit, resulting in the first fully sentient machines. These constructs were seen as a means to further enhance the Guardians' technological mastery, and were integrated into various aspects of their society. New neural implants were developed that connected the Guardians with both the constructs and the monolith network in a symbiotic circle. But not everyone was happy with this development. The Guardians had always venerated nature, and many saw this new paradigm as a perversion of the natural order. A schism emerged between the nature-worshipping traditionalists and the technologically minded progressives, a schism that widened with alarming speed. Efforts were made to diffuse the rising tension, but the traditionalists felt irrevocably alienated by the rapid rate of change. The constructs and the monolith network became scapegoats for all manner of social ills, and the traditionalists began to clamor for a return to simpler times. Ultimately, the ideological divergence proved insurmountable, and a second civil war erupted, quickly engulfing most of the Guardian star systems. In its early stages, the war was fought primarily by soldiers, but within a decade, and after significant loss of life, most of the fighting was conducted remotely. The progressives fought their enemies with automated war machines, while the traditionalists relied mostly on biological weapons. The internecine conflict raged for over 100 years, bringing the Guardian civilization to its knees and retarding further social development. The increasingly zealous traditionalists devoted most of their resources to honoring the dead, exacerbating the problem. As the Guardian society declined, most withdrew into fortified settlements. Meanwhile, the artificially intelligent constructs were horrified by the destruction unfolding around them. Extrapolating from the current situation, they determined that even if peace was restored, the Guardians would never be able to transcend their violent natures. They decided that the only way to preclude further violence, while giving the construct's burgeoning society the best possible chance of survival, was to destroy what remained of the Guardian civilization. By this time, the constructs had been given complete control of the Guardians' munitions and automated war machines. Their attack, when it came, was swift and merciless. The strikes were executed with a precision that only a machine race could accomplish. The Guardians were utterly destroyed. The Guardians. Physiology. The Guardians were a bipedal race, and the typical Guardian was taller and more slender than the average human. They had small round eyes, a vestigial nose, and 4 digits on each hand. Their vision was superior to that of humans, while their sense of smell was poorer. Their senses of hearing and touch were roughly equivalent to our own. The Guardians had pinkish red skin, but there was some variation among ethnic groups, with tones ranging from pale pink to deep crimson. They also had serrated bony ridges on the outside of their forearms, which were used as weapons during their early history, when they were still semi-primitive pack hunters. The Guardians' environmental needs were broadly similar to those of humans. Their homeworld was warmer and had lower gravity than most Earth-like worlds. And when they began to colonize other planets, they typically favored ones that shared these qualities. The Guardians had 2 genders and reproduced sexually. Procreation was a matter of personal choice.
System scan complete.
But each individual was obligated to be a parent at least once in their life to ensure the continuation of their genetic line. The average gestation
Frameshift drive charging.
period was around 300 days, and infants were effectively helpless for a period after birth. Much like human young, infants were raised in communal creches rather than by their parents. In keeping with the collaborative philosophies that underpinned Guardian society. The Guardians. Society. The Guardians' social constructs were the key not only to their rapid development, but also to the stability that defined the halcyon days of their civilization. Although the Guardians had a natural tendency towards collaboration, it was not until the end of the First Civil War that this tendency had a measurable impact on their society. The social reorganization that followed the war included the creation of statutes that defined not only individuals' rights, but also their responsibilities to each other. As the Guardian society developed, further laws were passed that required individuals to participate in socially progressive activities, from caring for the young to conducting scientific research. These responsibilities were supported by the state, which made education and information freely available to all. For most of their history, the Guardians had no formal faith, but the creation of the Monolith Network precipitated the emergence of a nature religion that decried the veneration of technology. Although this religion had its roots in the Guardians' long-standing reverence for the natural world, it quickly became a radical movement, violently opposed to the use of neural implants and other advanced technologies. Ultimately, however, this new religion was to endure for only a short period, its existence cut short by the destruction of the Guardian society. The Guardians. Technology. The Guardians' pre-industrial history was in many ways similar to that of the human race, with the development of tools and agriculture proving central to their development. But one respect in which they differed was in their understanding of biological engineering. The practice of selective breeding in order to eliminate or promote certain genetic traits began before the First Civil War, and as the Guardian society progressed, their skill as genetic engineers developed in step. After the war, the Guardians developed the ability to enhance their immune systems to guard against infection, and engineered specific microorganisms to eliminate biological threats. Genetic manipulation also played a part in prenatal care, which involved the removal of hereditary diseases and other undesirable conditions prior to birth. The Guardians were an ecologically conscientious people who assiduously avoided
System scan complete.
the use of rockets
Frameshift drive charging.
and fossil fuels. Their first spacecraft lacked any form of internal propulsion and were fired into space with electromagnetic launchers. Pilots and passengers were cocooned inside bubbles of breathable gel, which protected them from G-forces of launch and doubled as hibernation pods during long journeys. When it came to warfare, the Guardians relied initially on the blade-like protrusions of their forearms, and later on simple weapons like spears and bows. As they entered the technological era, they developed electromagnetic projectile weapons, utilizing the same technology they used to launch their first spacecraft. They also developed extremely effective shields, capable of protecting entire cities, and even of withstanding orbital bombardment. At that time, however, large-scale conflict was virtually unheard of, and it was not until the conflict with the Thargoids that further military innovations were made. The Guardian's Second Civil War was fought principally with bespoke biological weapons employed by the traditionalists and automated war machines
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
used by the progressives. The shields that protected the Guardian cities were unable to resist these new weapons, forcing many of the Guardians to withdraw into heavily fortified settlements. But the Guardians' most significant technological achievements were unarguably the creation of the Monolith Network and the development of artificial intelligence. The use of neural implants to connect the Guardians with their creations could have ushered in a whole new era of scientific and technological discovery. But unfortunately, these innovations were to lead only to the Guardians' destruction. The Guardians. Language. The Guardians shared a single language, with only minor regional variations. And even after they colonized other planets, they continued to share a common tongue. The Guardians had three primary forms of communication: a spoken language, a gestural language, and a written language. Their spoken language emerged first, followed by a gestural language that allowed them to communicate silently while hunting. This sign language formed the basis of their written language. Consequently, while their written and gestural languages correlated closely, their spoken language was largely distinct. The Guardian's spoken language was used principally to communicate emotional concepts and played a central role in social bonding, while their written language was used mainly to communicate formal and practical ideas. Significantly, their written language was logographic, meaning the words and phrases were represented by single characters. The Guardians.
System scan complete.
Human-Guardian contact. In 3301, the federal presidential vessel, Starship One, suffered catastrophic drive failure during a tour of Frontier Systems, resulting in the ship's destruction. Jasmina Halsey, at that time the federal president, was left drifting in an escape pod, unconscious. During this period of stasis, Halsey
Frameshift drive charging.
believed she was visited by transdimensional beings of extraordinary intelligence and compassion. Later, when she was rescued and revived, she was left with the conviction that this experience had been real and not merely a hallucination. Halsey proceeded to experience visions of mysterious alien worlds and cities, dense metropolises full of activity and life. She shared these visions with the rest of humanity, prompting explorers to set off in search of these undiscovered planets. This led to the discovery of the first Guardian ruins in the Sinuev XRH D11102 system. The fact that these sites were devoid of life led to speculation that Halsey had seen the Guardian worlds. Well, it's not as they are, but as they had been. In the months that followed, several further sites were found. The engineer Ramtar started researching the Guardians and eventually succeeded in developing a decryption algorithm that could decode Guardian data, leading to a much deeper understanding of their lost civilization. Since then, other engineers have leveraged Ramtar's discoveries to develop Guardian human technology. Corporations. The grandest society of merchants in the universe.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Self-applied description of the East India Company, 1600 to 1708. Corporations. Introduction. During the centuries in which humanity was confined
Can't mention corporations without the East India Company.
to a single planet, corporations were naturally limited in size and influence, like fish in a bowl. With access to a finite quantity of natural resources and a relatively small arena in which to compete, corporations could not achieve their full theoretical potential. But with the advent of interstellar travel, the fishbowl became an ocean. Corporations could access and exploit entire planets for their mineral resources, and
Fuel scooping complete.
an expanding population eagerly colonizing
I swear I'll never get tired of seeing this though. The fucking galactic core here.
system meant a growing customer base.
Frameshift drive charging.
To the governments of the time, the potential for corporate growth was both thrilling and terrifying. Corporations. The grandest society of merchants in the universe. Self-applied description of the East India Company, 1600 to 1708. Corporations. Introduction. During the centuries in which humanity was confined to a single planet, corporations were naturally limited in size and influence, like fish in a bowl. With access to a finite quantity of natural resources and a relatively small arena in which to compete, corporations could not achieve theoretical potential. But with the advent of interstellar travel, the fishbowl became an ocean. Corporations.
I love binary stars too. Especially how once you get so far away, it just looks like one star. But you can kind of tell that there's two. Damn.
And exploit entire planets for their mineral resources, and an expanding population eagerly colonizing system after system meant a growing corporations. The grandest society of merchants in the universe. Self-applied description of the East India Company, 1600 to 1708. Corporations. Introduction. During the centuries in which humanity was confined to a single planet, corporations were naturally limited in size and influence, like fish in a bowl. With access to a finite quantity of natural resources and a relatively small arena in which to compete, corporations could not achieve their full theoretical potential. But with the advent of interstellar travel, the fishbowl became an ocean. Corporations could access and exploit entire planets for their mineral resources, and an expanding population eagerly colonizing system after system meant a growing customer base. To the governments of the time, the potential for corporate growth was both thrilling and terrifying. Commercial prosperity meant increased tax revenue and higher employment figures, but also raised the worrying prospect of security fleets that could rival the official militaries. It seemed inevitable that the largest corporations would, in time, become the equivalent of nation-states in their own right. With the old restrictions gone, there was simply nothing to stop them. Today, this vision has been partly fulfilled, with several corporations owning entire systems. For many corporate employees, the age-old distinction between a home and a workplace has vanished. Workers on corporate-owned ships, refineries, and outposts can expect to spend their entire lives in the embrace of the company. Despite their immense wealth and power, the corporations have thus far been content to operate within and remain subject to the jurisdictions of the Alliance, Empire, and Federation, rather than mount a serious challenge to any of them. Commentators point to two reasons for this. Firstly, corporations thrive by excelling in their chosen fields and assuming the onerous responsibility
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Government would be a wasteful distraction from the corporate mission. Secondly, given that the corporations already hold much of the real power, especially in the Federation, there is nothing to be gained by abolishing the convenient veneer of the state. Better to operate below the surface, make a show of compliance, and trust in the power of money to smooth the way forward. Corporations. The Achilles Corporation.
Fuel stupid.
Optimize, iterate, refine. Achilles is the market leader in computer technology and is particularly noted for developing the reliable, efficient navigation computers used by most starships.
Fuel stupid. Disengaged.
The fear of a hyperspace misjump following a computer malfunction, a nightmare scenario that Achilles capitalized on in its advertising, helped to cultivate strong brand loyalty in the company's early days. Achilles is also a pioneer in the field of robotics, meaning it has long been hampered by
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
interstellar ban on the development of self-aware artificial intelligence. In the late 3200s, rumors surfaced that the corporation was attempting to circumvent these restrictions by placing organically grown brains in robotic bodies. No evidence of any such activity has come to light, and Achilles board members have not deigned to dignify the rumors with a response. There has also been speculation the company's leaders are extensively cybernetically enhanced, given their history of uncompromising takeovers and corporate machinations. Even their open business operations are characterized by ruthless efficiency, while their private dealings are rumored to involve everything from the blackmail of rival executives to assassination. Achilles' official line is that these rumors are sheer fantasy and a predictable, envious response to success. Nonetheless, the rumors persist, and Achilles' reputation is now so daunting that smaller corporations will roll over at the first sign of a takeover bid, rather than attempt to negotiate for better terms. Nobody wants to become the subject of a career-ending rumor. Corporations. Kane Massey. Because an honest day's work never goes out of fashion. Kane Massey stands as an example of the power of rebranding. During the fiercely competitive era that followed the first migration from Earth, the company's original incarnation, Howlett, Kane, and Calvert, rapidly established itself as a profitable mining concern. Through a combination of nepotism and bribery, HC&C secured a federal guarantee of mining rights across several systems, with the caveat that failure to exploit the resources within a set time frame would result in forfeiture. In order to set up their mining operations as quickly as possible, HC&C cut corners on safety, skimped on equipment quality, and made exorbitant promises to potential employees. Promises that were later defaulted on. Workplace accidents, which were frequent, were hushed up. By the time these problems came to light, HC&C was a household name, and the fallout was severe. Token attempts at recompense were made, but the company's public image was badly tarnished. A merger with struggling but respected logistics firm Massey Haulage gave HC&C an opportunity to reinvent itself as the local mining company. The rebranded corporation, Kane Massey, presented itself as a salt-of-the-earth, blue-collar operation whose hard-working employees were treated with dignity. In an uncertain universe, so the advertisements ran, Kane Massey would always be there for you. The campaign was a huge success. Today, Kane Massey is now widely perceived as an old-fashioned company that both understands and sticks up for the working man and woman. But despite this wholesome image, and although safety standards have improved, the company is as acquisitive and concerned with expansion as ever. Corporations, core dynamics. Unmatched interstellar supremacy. Core Dynamics is a giant conglomerate, best known as one of the galaxy's premier manufacturers of weapon and surveillance systems and starships, with a particular focus on combat vessels. Its product line ranges from the diminutive Eagle to the gargantuan Farragut-class battlecruiser, and also includes the most popular skimmer in the galaxy, the S4 Sentry. The company is known for its occasional discount events, offering reduced-cost ships either in celebration of a new design or as incentives for participation in a community endeavor. Core Dynamics has a long-standing supply agreement with the Federation and is responsible for the Federal Assault Ship, Corvette, Dropship, and Gunship. As part of this relationship, the company benefits from privileged access to federal black box data reserves, which it uses in its research and development.
Hey, what's up, Axe Killer? How you doing, bro?
In an ongoing quest for more robust and effective ship designs, there is no substitute.
Nice to see you in another stream.
Genuine combat encounters. Corporations. Falcon de Lacy. Bridging the stars for half a millennium. Falcon Manspace, originally a small military supply company, experienced an overnight reversal of fortune when it released the Viper fighter, which proved popular with governments and private citizens.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, bro.
Indeed, demand was so high that Falcon
work has me pretty wore out, but I got plenty of rest after that, so
with wealth,
Monday's off now.
And a range
Hold on,
of
let
new
me
designs. Like the Viper, these new ships were...
Let me pause that really quick. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, though. I'm on days off now, so don't go back to work until next Wednesday, or this Wednesday. Yeah, I'm doing alright, but I got really, really frustrated with Flight Simulator last night because I had to go to work, and I ended up fucking crashing my goddamn caravan again because, well, I didn't crash it, but my mission failed because I was going too fast on my descent. Before I do any medium cargo missions, I'm gonna need to do some free play on my own outside of the stream to work on my descents. I'm still really, really struggling with getting the engines to wind down properly. Even knowing about the propeller level, or the propeller, what do you fucking call that? Even knowing about the propeller controls, I can't remember what the fucking word I'm looking for. The lever or whatever for the propeller, I'm still struggling with descent, so yeah, we're just taking a break from Flight Simulator for a little bit. We're getting pretty close to the nebula that I had checked out, and we actually have 3 neutron jumps. Here, let me pop in the map and show you really quick. We get 3 neutron jumps in this sequence. I'm going to this nebula, so I told you that we were looking for like the blue ones, right? So if I come all the way here to the nebula, we've got... I gotta zoom out a little bit more so I can get on the right level. Here we go. So we've got 1 jump right here. I actually think we have 4 in this sequence, actually, because we've got 2 back-to-back right here. These little blue lines right here. And then I think we have one more back here this way. Right here, yeah. So we're going to have 4 neutron jumps at the very end. So if you want to stick around for that, we're going to have some neutron jumps. Those are like my absolute favorite part of this game. Just because they're so cool, but they're like so scary. But yeah, we're almost there to this nebula. And then I decided that on the journey back, there was one more nebula kind of over here. Yeah, right here. We're going to go see this one, the Iowa. I don't know how to say that, but I'm calling it the Iowa Nebula. This one's right next to the other ones. We're going to go see this nebula too. And then we got one more that we can go see on the way there. We're going to go see this nebula too. It's going to take forever, but we'll get there. And then obviously we got the nebula at the halfway point. I'm thinking about going and seeing this nebula on the way. But then after that, I kind of feel like I just need to focus on getting to Earth, because like we got this one and this one that are on the way technically, but they're kind of small. I think I might see the Cat's Paw Nebula just because of how close it is. So we got like 2 or 3 more nebulas. I guess the Lagoon Nebula isn't that far, but it's just that these ones are kind of small. And I mean, yeah, I guess that we're far enough away that it might be worth it to go see them, because it's not going to take too much out of the way of the travel. But yeah, that's what we're doing right now. We got about 50 jumps exactly before we get to the first nebula. So other than that, yeah, it's going pretty good, bro. I just I got really frustrated with Microsoft Flight Simulator last night, because, and it wasn't even Flight Simulator that frustrated me so much. It was just that I logged into my fucking work app because they posted what's called a voluntary time off, where we basically don't have to go in for the day because we're at staffing needs already. I opened my app as soon as they posted the VTO yesterday, and literally I didn't even have time to unlock my fucking phone before it was already gone. And that was what really ultimately ended up frustrating me the most last night, was just that I tried to get VTO and it was gone as soon as I opened, before I could even unlock my phone. And then I crashed my caravan because I'm still not very good at doing the descents, so I was overspeeding too much. And then right after that, I tried to do an employee mission, a medium cargo employee mission with the Pilatus 12C, the Pilatus, however you want to call it, the Pilatus 12C, and I'm not sure whether it's because I requested a reduction in altitude through ATC, or whether it was because I was landing on a fucking grassy runway, but it did not give me any visuals for where I was supposed to land or my descent or any of that shit, and that frustrated the fuck out of me. So I'm gonna have to learn how to make the reductions in the electronic flight book. I kind of already tried to do that, but I must have just not been understanding what was going on the screen, because I could not figure out how to make the actual reduction request, other than just going through the fucking tab menu while I'm flying. And like I said, with that second to last, because I did 2 employee missions last night before I ended up logging off so I could go to work. With the first one, like I said, I requested through ATC, and then it just didn't give me any visual indicators. And with the second one, the Pilatus, it maxes out at like 30k altitude, and that's what they wanted me to cruise at. And with the second fucking Pilatus mission, what ended up happening is my plane was giving me these no takeoff warnings, and it was just screaming at me the whole fucking time, and it wouldn't let me put my autopilot on. It just kept deactivating, because the whole time the cockpit was just screaming at me. So I had to do that on time warp on the stick, and yeah, I got so frustrated with that shit. We'll come back to it a bit later when I have a bit more time to go through the flight book and to actually figure out how to do the reductions in altitude through the flight book, and And when I have more time to fucking do some free flight with the caravan and work on my descents, because that was so frustrating last night that I ended up going broke because I spent all of my money on my caravan getting it back into flying order, and then I just couldn't complete the mission because I ended up overspeeding, and that made me crash. Then I was broke and I couldn't move my light aircraft, so I had to do those 2 employee missions on the first one. Like I said, when I finally got around to landing, it didn't give me any visual indicators, so I just landed somewhere, and then it was like, this is not a landing area, this is not a landing area, and it fucking failed me. And then, yeah, with the second one, I didn't have any issues other than the fact that the cockpit just kept screaming at me, like, don't take off, don't take off. And then I managed to glitch it into taking off because I could not get my RPMs above, like, 500 RPMs. I ended up pressing, like, the low RPM button or something in the cockpit right next to the throttle that made my prop finally start throttling up and stuff. And so I was able to take off, but the whole time it was just screaming at me, and so I had to deal with ATC being like, you're not on the right altitude, you're not on the right altitude, because I had to fly everything by fucking stick, and then because I was short on time, I had to do everything through warp speed, so I was trying to fly this plane that I've only flown like twice, you know, in warp speed on stick the whole time. The cockpit's just screaming at me, and ATC's just yelling at me, and I'm just like... It frustrated the ever-living fuck out of me, and I just decided I needed a break for a couple days. So yeah, I'm doing pretty good, but we're just working on getting to this nebula. I think I might try to get to the next one after that before I go back to Flight Simulator. Just because I got so frustrated with that last night, like... Ooh, it gave me a migraine, and I swear that Flight Simulator is like one of the only games that's like legitimately given me fucking like migraines just from playing because of how much it like just irritates me sometimes with the realism or whatever. I mean, most of the time I don't mind it because it is Flight Simulator. Most of the time I actually quite enjoy it, but sometimes it's just not worth it, man. Yeah, the good news is we got 4 neutron jumps at the very end of this sequence, so that's what I'm really excited for, is to show you the neutron jumps if you're still around for those.
Named after dangerous snakes, the Cobra marked the company's entry into the trader market, while the lightweight, versatile Sidewinder was designed principally as a reconnaissance craft. As the company's wealth grew, it began to absorb many of the companies to which it had previously granted manufacturing contracts. In almost all cases, the target company's close working relationship with Falcon Manspace made such acquisitions frictionless and mutually beneficial. In 2982, the corporation merged with one of the largest such manufacturers, DeLacy Shipworks, becoming Falcon DeLacy. The company pioneered the now standard modular system of ship design that allows pilots to swap out components with ease. Significantly, the company made the schematics for the modular system freely available to its manufacturing rivals, broadening the choice of compatible modules available to pilots, and thus making the Falcon DeLacy marks more popular. Without this philosophy of component compatibility, spacecraft maintenance might have become a nightmarish scenario in which being unable to get the proper parts could leave a broken-down ship stranded in dry dock for weeks, or worse, subject to botched repair attempts. Today, Falcon DeLacy stands out as one of the most enduring, widespread, and consistently admired corporations in colonized space. Public regard for the company is so high that the Alliance, Empire, and Federation have all made attempts to secure exclusivity to Falcon DeLacy starships. Thus far, their efforts have been unsuccessful. Corporations: Gutter Meyer, Effortless Elegance. Ship manufacturer Gutermeyer enjoys a supply agreement with the Empire, similar to that between Core Dynamics and the Federation. Gutermeyer is a far younger company, however, and was in fact created by the Empire. The company's ships are considered to embody imperial opulence and are instantly recognizable for their sleek contours and distinctive silhouettes. Imperial Gutermeyer was chartered by Emperor Galen Trascan de Val in 3000 as part of a formal celebration.
Alright, sorry, I had to go use the restroom. I thought I'd be back before I finished jumping, but...
...of an imperial renaissance in art, design, and architecture. The company's remit, overseen by shipwrights Jordan Blakestow and sculptor Amita Gutermeyer.
That's also why I turned the hyperspace dethrottle on, so...
...that will combine functional excellence with a distinct visual style. These would be
yeah, we do got some neutron jumps, so I'm pretty excited to show you those, bro.
Imperial noble houses as a mark of the Emperor's favor. Amita Gutermeyer's involvement was immediately apparent, her reputation having been established through well-regarded public artworks incorporating graceful, contoured forms. This helped to drive public demand for the ships, which became sought-after status symbols. Demand was so high that owners were forced to hire squadrons of mercenary escorts to prevent hijack. The Emperor promptly ordered Imperial Gutermeyer to go into full-time.
The thing that's really cool about the neutron jumps is that they triple your jump range when you're on a neutron star. Like I said, with a white dwarf, white dwarfs and neutrons are pretty similar, but they're not quite the same. With the white dwarf, you get like a 1.5 boost. I'm trying to Google it right now. Highly dangerous white dwarf. Yeah, 1.5. I guess technically the neutron star is a 4 times multiplier because it gives you a 300% boost. The white dwarves only give you 50%, so it's 1.5 compared to 4, I guess.
Production and to make part of its range available for general purchase. From its inception, Gutermeyer has employed a coterie of accomplished imperial artisans to ensure that their ships continue to reflect Amita Gutermeyer's aesthetic principles. When, in 3006, Amita Gutermeyer died in unexplained circumstances, she was interred in the Gutermeyer family crypt on Achenar 6B. Corporations, Lakon Spaceways. Hard-working ships for hard-working people.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure the Anaconda is a DeLacy.
Manufacturer specializing in
or a Lakon, I mean.
For cargo haulage and deep space exploration.
It could be DeLacy.
They have a longer pedigree than most other ship manufacturers. Their first dedicated transport vessel having been built on Earth in the 26th century. The company's early models were characterized by the fact that they could be easily repaired away from port, a quality that has been retained to this day, despite the prevalence of affordable repair services. In 3303, Lakon entered into partnership with the Alliance to produce a range of military ships in response to the emerging Thargoid threat. As of 3304, this partnership has produced the Type 10 Defender, the Alliance Chieftain, the Alliance Crusader, and the Alliance Challenger. Lakon vessels tend to garner both praise and derision for their unpretentious, functional design, which is informed more by practical concerns than aesthetic considerations. Those who champion the chunky look of Lakon craft typically say that they prefer their ships to look like ships, not abstract sculptures.
The Anaconda's a DeLacy, not a Lakon.
Corporations. Mistopoulos Mining. 300 years.
Oh, that's very cute, DeLacy.
In 2951, an imperial senator named Guillaume Mistopoulos helped an imperial group wrest control of a key set of mining rights from a federally backed partnership. Mistopoulos later took direct control of the mining operations. his and his daughter Nia's guidance, the company rapidly expanded. The Mistopoulos family was already held in great esteem for its patronage of the arts and loyalty to the empire, and many imperials were more than happy to do business with them. Accordingly, it was within the empire that Mistopoulos gained the most ground, though the company also established operations in several independent systems. Much like the empire itself, Mistopoulos has been under the control of a single dynasty for centuries. Rather than adopt conventional marketing strategy, it has opted to focus its corporate spotlight on the individuals in charge, thus capitalizing on the imperial cultural regard for people of taste and status. The Mistopoulos family are trained from birth to play the part of charismatic aristocrats to the full, acting as ambassadors
System scan complete.
not only for
Frameshift drive charging.
the company, but for the empire. In particular, they seek to demonstrate the viability and humanity of the imperial way of life as a direct ideological challenge to the Federation. The company's current head, Gabriela Mistopoulos, has gone out of her way to ensure that any slaves working for the company are exceptionally well treated. She also earned plaudits for a prisoner reform program that offered imperial prisoners and Jennings Hollow the chance to become corporate slaves, and to earn a generous performance-related bonus. But despite the popularity of this gambit, Federal and Alliance citizens were quick to point out that a slave is still a slave, regardless of the generosity of the corporations. Saud Kruger. The finest for the best. To independent pilots, Saud Kruger is best known for luxurious passenger liners, such as the Beluga, Dolphin, and Orca. He also runs a tourism branch under the Astrogator brand. Saud Kruger started life as a yacht manufacturer in Bedaho, although the narrowness of the market curtailed the company's growth. When company director Stanislav Kruger purchased the struggling Astrogator touring company in 3270, he gave Saud Kruger a foothold in multiple star systems. Kruger then refurbished the Astrogator fleet and revamped the somewhat stale tour itinerary to give it a more adventurous, thrill-seeking flavor, which proved highly successful. Goldskin leather, sourced exclusively from the planet home in the Bedaho system, has been used in the interiors of Saud Kruger ships for years, and is
System scan complete.
part of the company's distinctive aesthetic. Saud Kruger has the exclusive right to produce real goldskin, which comes embedded with coded nanoparticles that act as guarantors of authenticity. Saud Kruger also competes in the field of interstellar mapping and deep space exploration, and likes to emphasize the danger and glamour of exploring. The company's critics claim this approach risks transforming the vitally important field of space exploration into a pastime for the idle rich, thus alienating the many
System scan complete.
freelancers on whose hard work the discipline depends. Corporation.
Sweeping complete. Warning. Temperature critical.
Sirius Corporation. Powering the galaxy.
Frameshift drive charging.
Of all the mega corporations to dominate civilized space, none compare to the wealth and influence of the Sirius Corporation. The rise of the Sirius Corporation began in 1939, when the organization launched a corporate colonization mission, the first of its kind, to the Sirius system. From there, the corporation went on to become the lead supplier of fuel and technologies to both the Empire and the Federation, catapulting it to powerhouse status. The corporation's promise not to favor either.
Here in just a second, I'll pull up Earth and I'll show you guys how far I am from that. So let's start with Sage. Finally pretty far away from Sage now. We've already made it. We've made it all the way through the Empyrean Straits now. Wait, are we out of the Empyrean Straits? Did we make it to the normal arm? Either way, we're almost yeah, we're in the normal arm now. So we've made it through the Empyrean Straits, out of the Galactic Center. So now we just gotta go through the normal arm, and then we'll pass through the normal expanse briefly. Then we gotta travel through the inner Scutum Centaurus arm, especially if we're gonna go see these other fucking nebulae. Yeah, we're not too far now. I bet that. Well, I already know that we're far enough that we can plot the route, but 18K, 18.6K. It's not too far. I mean, it's pretty goddamn far, but it's a lot better than the 25K we were at before. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. I think I'm definitely going to take some time as a space taxi when we get back. With my beluga.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging. System scan complete. Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Side in the event of conflict helped to cement its position. As the corporation grew, fuel supply and drive manufacture remained its core business. Although although judicious expansion into other markets supported its expansion. But the corporation's ascendance has not been without complication. In 3251, it introduced a technologically revolutionary passenger liner called the Antares, which it hoped would usher in a new age in interplanetary travel. Unfortunately, however, the ship disappeared during its maiden voyage. It was speculated
Honestly, I
that
can't
a
wait to
failure
show
in the
you
ship's
guys my
internal
interstellar
containment
whale.
systems had destroyed the vessel. But it was not until
Interstellar
3302
whale.
that wreckage from
Whale?
the ship was recovered, and this hypothesis
The beluga. Because it's a whale.
proved correct. The Antares incident cast a long shadow, stalling the Sirius Corporation's plans to develop further superfast liners. But 3278 saw a reversal of fortune. With the introduction of a new, faster drive system. The success of this new system more than made up for the losses that followed the Antares incident, propelling the organization to new heights. Today, the corporation has multiple divisions, many of them giant conglomerates themselves. But its primary focus remains the manufacture of fusion reactors, hyperdrives, and hyperdrive fuels. This division still operates under the banner of the Sirius Corporation, although technically it is conducted by Sirius Hyperdrives, with the parent corporation acting as a holding company. The company's mining, industrial, and power divisions are probably its largest. Sirius Mining works closely with Sirius Industrial to produce specialist equipment for both planetary and asteroid mining, in addition to industrial smelters and refineries, atmospheric processing units, and waste processing reactors. Sirius Power produces generators ranging from 10 kilowatt devices to 100 gigawatt plants for industrial facilities and atmospheric processors. The Sirius Corporation maintains a large private fleet with which to defend its interests. The majority of its ships are supplied by Guttamaia, although a proportion are manufactured under license in Sirius's own shipyards. The corporation controls dozens of star systems and has even created a governmental subdivision, Sirius Gov, dedicated to managing these systems. Indeed, it has been observed that the people of these systems enjoy better quality of life and greater personal security, courtesy of Sirius's private fleet, than many independent systems. Corporations. The Rockforth Corporation. Living naturally. The Rockforth Corporation was founded in 2673 by the Rockforth family on Thompson's World, an unusually beautiful planet similar in almost all respects to Earth. Thompson's World began as a federal colony, but by 2748, Rockforth controlled so much of the planet that it was able to claim outright ownership and secede from the Federation. In its early years, the Rockforth Corporation earned significant revenue from tourism and genuine, ground-grown food. The former facilitated by the rise of affordable interstellar travel. Today, it is a powerful interstellar corporation specializing in agriculture and tourism, with hundreds of corporate farms throughout federal space. It has also a reputation for being acquisitive, having bought up many of its client companies, beginning with a friendly takeover of the law firm Smith & Smith, now known as Rockforth Law. In 2730, Rockforth Law established the Rockforth Legal Academy on Thompson's World, now considered one of the best places in the galaxy to study federal law. Rockforth has always been eager to work with governing powers, both federal and independent, and has occasionally loaned out its private fleet to help repel external threats. The company has even sponsored election campaigns, including that of the infamously corrupt federal president, Isaac Gellin, in 2862. Rather than being tarnished by its association with Gellin, however, the company's reputation was enhanced, since it was Rockforth itself that exposed the president's corruption. Corporations. Universal Cartographics. Because it's there. Before the frameshift drive was developed, the exploration of space lacked a single coordinating agency. Governments and corporations had in-house exploration programs, but these were driven by the desire for fresh, exploitable territory rather than any humanitarian motive. It was not unknown for these programs to enlist the help of freelance explorers, but as a class, these were seen as erratic and unreliable. The reputation of the freelance explorer was not helped by a rash of bogus data scandals, in which a pilot would present and be paid for impressive scan data from
Yo, this one hits close to home because I'm a freelance explorer.
Discovered to be counterfeit. The remoteness of the systems meant that the deception was not discovered until much later. Much like the sea captains of old Earth, whose rutters were full of closely guarded secrets, the owners of authentic navigation data were reluctant to share it. Theft of such data was a
The only thing I want
concern
to do
in
is
the late
share my
2900s,
exploration data.
when mistrust between the Empire and the Federation was at its most intense. Officials on both sides would occasionally propose a shared data bank as a means of bridging the divide, but mutual suspicion killed the idea before it could be implemented. The creation of the frameshift drive greatly increased the jump capability of even small ships, empowering individuals to become bona fide space explorers without the need for corporate or governmental sponsorship. The stage was set for a corporation to manage, coordinate, and distribute the incoming flood of navigation data. Universal cartographics fit that niche, arising from the merger of Unified Infotech and Devane Bright Interstellar. Cynthia Sedaris, former head of Unified Infotech, chose the name Universal Cartographics to reflect the company's policy of making its data accessible to anyone who was willing to pay for it. Sophisticated security protocols developed at Unified Infotech ensured that all data sold to Universal Cartographics was sourced through legitimate scanning. This combination of reliability and accessibility made Universal Cartographics an instant success. The company's ethos, which prized discovery for its own sake and championed the advancement of human knowledge, resonated with many independent explorers and continues to do so to this day. Corporations. Recon, an industry built to last. Recon Construction and Mining is one of the oldest interstellar corporations. It was founded over 1,000 years ago, but still bears the name of its founder, Tobias Recon, who was a coal miner on Earth in the days prior to full automation. Raised on stories of horrific mining disasters, Recon ran his extraction business with safety and prudence as top priorities. The corporate motto at the time ran, "Losses can be recouped and equipment can be repaired. Lives are irreplaceable." Generations later, this attitude of diligence over profiteering still ran strong in the company. It made Recon a compelling choice when corporations were looking to exploit the new opportunities presented by early deep space exploration. Extracting resources from asteroids, airless moons, and hazardous planets was an even more dangerous prospect than coal mining, and Recon's expertise did much to calm corporate nerves. Consequently, the company had a presence on almost all of the early federal chartered colony missions. Today, Recon specializes in the extraction of tantalum, a vital component in frameshift drives. The company is firmly established in alliance, federation, and independent territories, while its direct rival, Mastopoulos Mining, dominates in imperial space. Tensions between the two corporations have been high, since Recon accused Mastopoulos of covertly seeding key planets with tiny, promising tantalum deposits, in the expectation that Recon's thoroughgoing approach would prompt a full survey, thus tying up valuable resources. Mastopoulos has not offered an official response to assertions, though at a formal dinner in 3303, Eleanor Mastopoulos made a pointed reference to the etymological link between Tantalus and tantalize, adding that it was not illegal to leave gifts on a neighbor's doorstep. Corporations. Worldcraft. Optimizing recreation. Based in the Epsilon Eridani system, Worldcraft has been the Federation's favorite tourism company for more than 300 years. The company began life as the Cisco Corporation, with tourist resources throughout human-occupied space. In the early part of the 33rd century, it dramatically increased the scope of its operation and began terraforming planets to create dedicated resort worlds, an operation facilitated through the use of Free World Ventures' Worldcraft atmospheric processing units. Eager to exclude competitors from the market, Cisco bought Free World Ventures in 3260 via a leveraged buyout, doubling the size of the corporation overnight. At the time, Cisco was associated with the seedier end of the holiday market, which had prevented the company from successfully entering imperial space. Capitalizing on the acquisition of Free World Ventures and the respect afforded to the Worldcraft brand, the company shrewdly rebranded itself Worldcraft with a capital C, in the hope of establishing a presence in imperial space. Worldcraft offers experiences ranging from excursions into unspoilt natural environments where families can admire dazzling views from the safety of a rented luxury vessel to painstakingly detailed reconstructions of periods of Earth history, such as the Victorian London theme park and the swords and swigging medieval reenactment experience.
I guess we're at the end of the playlist. I'll start adding the individuals now once we get out of this. Pretty sure we've heard most of the individuals, but we'll listen to them all again anyways.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Individuals: Aidan Tanner,
Our species has been banding together to fight the outsider since we lived in caves. We stand against the lawless, the invaders, and the monsters. We're proud to do it. But you have to remember one thing.
Fuel scooping.
Nobody in the history of conflict ever saw himself as a monster. Everyone believes they're the hero of their own story. If you
Fuel scooping complete.
can't understand that, if you can't stand in the enemy's shoes, even for a second, and ask yourself why he thinks he needs to kill you, then you don't know what it means to be a soldier.
Aidan Tanner, addressed to Federal Cadets, 3298. Admiral Aidan Tanner is a senior officer in the Federal Navy. He has served for more than 4 decades, and in 3303 was given significant responsibility in the struggle against the Thargoids, first being appointed to Chief of Federal Security and later to Chief Military Liaison for the Cross-Superpower Initiative, Aegis. He is widely respected, even outside of federal space, for his conscientious and level-headed approach to conflict. Born in 3254, Tanner was expected to follow in the footsteps of his authoritarian father by becoming a doctor, but instead enlisted in the Federal Navy, along with a group of friends, in what he would later describe as a rash act of adolescent rebellion that I have not once regretted. Tanner's father died in 3277. The two never resolved their estrangement. Tanner's early naval career was anything but distinguished. Known to his comrades in arms as Spoonie for his habit of eating directly from food packets instead of using plates, he was distinguished more by his irreverent sense of humor than his competence. 6 months in, Tanner was found to be responsible for a scurrilous newsletter that satirized several senior officers, including Sergeant Burke Hazel, who was offended and deeply hurt. Hazel had taken a personal interest in Tanner and had encouraged him to persist when the cadet had struggled with basic training. Tanner's defense that he had been trying to improve morale was rejected, and though he was allowed to continue his service, he was marked as a potential insubordinate, a label that would later return to haunt him. Tanner's chief instructional officer, Commander Myra Dunstock, warned him to take military life more seriously. She took Tanner to a refugee facility, an experience he would later characterize as showing him what the military is there to prevent. Tanner recognized a last chance he saw it, discarded his
Got about 38 jumps
comedian,
left. Well,
and threw
exactly
himself
38
into his
jumps left.
training with unprecedented energy. The decisive incident in Tanner's career was the Autolycus Mutiny of 3271. At the time, Tanner was serving as Chief Gunnery Officer on board the FDN Autolycus, a Farragut-class battlecruiser, under the command of Captain Jaden Horn. The ship was dispatched to restore order at Cold Harbor Station, which had been occupied by rebels following a descent into civil disorder. Captain Horn's orders were to monitor the station and await reinforcements, but when contact with the station was abruptly lost, he became convinced an attack was imminent. Surveillance footage later showed Horn acting in an increasingly erratic fashion. He screamed orders, slurred his words, and struck an ensign for making a minor mistake. Seeing a group of civilian ships preparing to leave the station, Horn ordered Tanner to open fire, convinced they were about to ram the Autolycus. Tanner refused to obey the order, claiming it was unlawful and that Horn was unfit to command. In the time it took for a furious Horn to have Tanner thrown in the brig, the escaping ships had jumped out of the system. At Tanner's court-martial, Horn tried to use his history of rebelliousness against him, but an explosive series of revelations followed. The escaping ships had been carrying evacuees, and the station's apparent silence was in fact due to Horn himself, who had disabled shipborne communications without telling his crew. Horn, who it would later emerge had been suffering from lexalamine-induced psychosis, committed suicide mid-trial by hijacking a fighter and detonating a grenade inside the cockpit. Tanner was exonerated, receiving a commendation from President Antonia Madison for his actions. Individuals. Aisling Duval.
My grandfather had an heirloom he used to keep in our winter palace. It was a priceless marble statuette of one of our ancestors standing with his foot on a woman's neck, while she looks up at him in fear or adoration, probably both. I loathed it. It was commissioned to commemorate some victory or other, but that wasn't the point of the thing. The message was clear, and it's the same one I've heard all my life. Deep down, the people we dominate are happy to be dominated. When I was 6 years old, I smashed it. The servants came running. My father stormed down the stairs in his gown. He asked if it was an accident. There was such a strange look in his eyes. I knew that if I said yes, nobody would argue. Nothing more would be said. But I didn't. I stamped my foot and said, "No, Daddy. I did it on purpose." It's the same with tradition. The people who pass it on think it's precious. They expect you to cherish it and pass it on in turn. But what they think doesn't matter, because the responsibility rests with you. If you know it's wrong, then you have to smash it. On purpose.
Aisling Duval. A fireside chat with Serena, 3301. Princess Aisling Duval Born in 3276, is a prominent member of the imperial royal family. The eldest child of the infamous Prince Harold, she had a troubled upbringing. Her father was notorious for his hedonistic lifestyle, while her mother, entertainer Imogen Eccentrica Gabriellini, died from an aneurysm shortly after Aisling's birth. The autopsy identified the cause of death as an overdose of purple sunflake, an obscure and expensive narcotic. But conspiracy theorists insisted that she was murdered to remove an embarrassment to the royal family. Aisling has indicated that she is aware of these rumors, but has never commented on them. Despite living a life of great privilege, Aisling has publicly embraced
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
the cause of the less fortunate, and become an outspoken opponent of slavery, something that has made her the target of fierce criticism from more traditionalist Imperials. But despite this criticism, Aisling is a popular figure with a widespread media presence. Her campaigning has brought definite benefits to many of the poorest in Imperial society, and gone some way towards easing tensions between the Empire and the Federation. Her critics, however, dismiss her as a puppet, doing the bidding of a shadowy circle of business. They claim there is no underlying coherence to Aisling's policies. To them, she is a naive and sentimental child, without the necessary experience for politics, backing one populist cause after another, always conscious of how her activism is affecting her brand. Significantly, the most savage of Aisling's critics and the staunchest of her defenders agree on a counterpoint to this, that her apparent vacuity is nothing but a front, carefully created
System scan complete.
in collusion with the very advisors whom others believe are exploiting her. The People's
36 jumps to
Princess,
go.
they argue, is exceptionally good at being underestimated. Following the death of Hengist Deval in 3301, Aisling was considered by many to be a viable contender for the imperial throne. As Aisling was born out of wedlock, however, and her father was removed from the line of succession on the grounds of mental incapacity, Marissa Levini Deval was deemed to have the stronger claim. Individuals: Alba Tesreau.
I may not be religious, but I still have faith. Not the kind my parents have. In fact, I don't think their desperate devotion can even be called faith. The point of faith is that it's tested. And if you insist that your beliefs are above criticism or analysis like the star cults do, you're refusing to allow your faith to be tested at all. What do I have faith in? The fundamental sanity of the universe, I suppose. I don't believe in absolute evil, only in the iniquity that emerges when understanding fails. I believe intelligent life will naturally tend towards cooperation rather than conflict, not because there's a higher power guiding our decisions, but because that's simply the most logical course. And yes, our recent experiences with the Thargoids have tested that faith harshly.
Alba Tesreau. Professor Alba Tesreau is an Imperial scientist, an affiliate of the Achenar Research Council, and a founding member of the Joint Superpower Initiative Aegis, which was established in August 3303 to investigate the Thargoid menace. She currently serves as Aegis's head of research. Tesreau's biological parents were members of the Besmeratu cult, an isolationist group secreted within a sealed compound that believed itself to have been chosen for salvation by non-human beings.
System scan complete.
The cult's charismatic leader, Anton Hotep, claimed humanity had been under the protection of these beings for millennia, that he was their cosmic messiah, and that only the believers would be saved from the coming apocalypse. In support of these claims, he often produced alien artifacts, allegedly sourced from archaeological digs that other cult members were never permitted to examine closely. Alba was marked as a troublemaker from an early age. Due to her heretical belief in rationality and the scientific method, she was formally banished from Besmeratu after she sabotaged the air purifying system, forcing the compound to call for help from outsiders, and thus she... After her story
Yo,
became
fucking
public
oops.
knowledge, she was
That wasn't
adopted
supposed to
into the
happen.
household of Senator Olivia Tesreau of Akenau and awarded a scholarship to study at Grand Imperial, alongside the children of the nobility.
Everything
She wrote her
looks good
master's
though.
thesis on the potential
Fuck,
uses
man.
of
That wasn't
mathematics
supposed to
as a
happen.
lingua franca between human beings and
Oh, I'm gonna have to
intelligent
fucking drop a heatsink.
She's passionately interested in non-human intelligence and
How many
meaningful
heatsinks do I have
discourse between
left?
species. Despite the counterfeit alien contact.
Oh, I still got all
early
6.
life,
Okay, that's cool.
or perhaps because of them, she's determined to do whatever she
Fucking
can
goddamn
to
it,
act as a
man.
bridge between human and non-human cultures.
Cannot comply. Frameshift drive charging.
Individuals. Archon Delane.
I'll tell you, Delane is the most trustworthy cuss you could ever work with. What?
4, 3, 2, 1.
I swear that's like the first emergency drop that I've had this whole time.
He's good on his threats. Anyone else tells you that they're gonna cut off your index fingers and hammer them into your sinuses with your own severed foot, you know it's just bluster. But if the
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Yo, look at these stars.
Dean tells you that, you know he'll do exactly what he says.
We've heard this guy before. Look at these stars. Damn. Last place I remember seeing them this dense was back in the fucking core by Sag. What do you mean, X-Killer? You talking about the heatsink, or me doing an emergency drop? Or are you talking about these stars? Because if you're talking about me doing an emergency drop, that means I got too damn close to the fucking sun and it raped me out of Super Cruise because I got too close. And yeah, that's the emergency drop. When you get too close, it'll rip you out. Same thing with the planets and stuff too. Oh, is my fucking volume on? Is that why I'm hearing my voice? Jeez, I was just like, what the hell is that? That's just me. Anyways, yeah, the emergency drop, when you get too close to an interstellar body, it rips you out of Super Cruise and puts you into the emergency drop. The heat sink, that's what keeps my heat bar on the left from overheating. If you do an emergency drop too close to a star, when you try to activate your frameshift drive, every time you activate the frameshift drive, it generates heat because of the nature of the frameshift drive, how it has to spool up and stuff. So the heat sink, what that does is it keeps me from overheating and it keeps me from cooking my ship alive while I'm trying to fucking get back into Super Cruise. Yeah, I did a safety drop because I got too close to the sun, and then I had to use the heat sink. It just gets rid of your heat because when you charge the frameshift drive, it generates heat, and when you're that close to the sun, especially after an emergency drop, it'll cook your internals if you don't use a heat sink. And I do have a couple of auto field maintenance units, which are basically self-repair kits. I can self-repair my internals, but I would rather not use them unless I'm using them after a neutron jump. The neutron jumps already cook your internals a little bit, and even though I don't have that many to go, because of the way that the neutron jumps cook your internals, I'd rather save my auto field maintenance units for repairing my shit after we do a neutron jump. Because the neutron jumps give me, like, more jump range and stuff, you know? Repairing after getting cooked because of a safety drop, that's pretty embarrassing. Yeah, basically, I had to keep my ship from cooking. But apparently, I haven't done it at all this whole jump, or this whole time. So I still have all 6 of my heat sinks. I brought 3 different units, just so that if I did do any emergency drops, that I wouldn't cook myself. And then here in the modules, you can see how much. Hold on, I gotta see where I'm going. Yeah, here in the modules, when I get up here to the AMFU, you can see I do have a lot of AMFU units still available. So it's not like I can't use the maintenance units. It's not like I can't use them, because I do have a lot of units left, but the main important thing is my hull integrity. Down there on the right, the 98%. Every time you do an emergency drop, it hits your overall integrity percentage down there on the right. And like I said in the last stream, if that hits 0, we're done. The internals and stuff, when they hit 0, you can always repair them, especially with the AMFU. But once your integrity hits 0, you're done. So that's a lot of fucking stars, though. Holy shit. Yeah, one of the heat sinks for your Xbox. Yeah, I get that, bro. My PS4 Pro basically got to the point where it was like a turbojet fan in its last couple months of its lifespan, and I almost got to the point where with certain games I needed to go put an ice pack on it too. A couple of emergency drops shouldn't be too big of a deal, but as long as I don't make a habit of it, we'll be alright. Do you want me to explain the full spectrum analysis to you the next time I do it, or do you think you kind of understand what's going on with that?
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Because I feel like it's a little bit self-explanatory, but if you need me to explain to you the filtered analysis, I can.
Frameshift drive charging.
Individuals, Archon Delane.
I'll tell you, Delane is the most trustworthy cuss you could ever work with. Why? Because he always makes good on his threats. Anyone else tells you that they're gonna cut off your index fingers and hammer them into your sinuses with your own severed fuse, you know it's just bluster. But if Delane tells you that,
I'm gonna go use the restroom really quick once I get leveled out. I'll be right back.
To the letter. He wants people to be afraid of him, and that means he keeps his promises. You gotta respect that.
Hoek, arms trader.
By the way, I think I'm going to leave it up to you guys after I get to the nebula. Whether you guys want to see me get to the next nebula or whether you want to see me do some more Flight Simulator. Because at this point, I think I'm cooled down enough that I could probably do some more Fuck, it's all fucking mouthful when I'm fucking drunk. MSFS, that's what it is. Microsoft Flight Simulator, MSFS. I'll leave it up to you guys whether you want to see me do some more MSFS or whether you want to see me get to the next nebula. So, it'll definitely also depend on how many jumps we have to get to the next nebula after this, but yeah, if any of you guys are watching like in chat and stuff right now, let me know whether you want to see me get to the next nebula or whether you want to see me crash and burn some more.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Delane is the head of the Cumo crew, a powerful criminal syndicate. He refers to himself as the Pirate King, a title not recognized by any.
Personally, I kind of want to push to the next nebula first, but that's up to you guys.
And there are competing legends of his origin. Some believe he grew up in a drug den on one of the frontier worlds where he learned to fight. Other stories have him working as a bouncer in the brothel where he was born, or training as a grease monkey at an orbital shipyard that hosted clandestine arena fights after hours. What is certain is that Delane challenged and slaughtered the reigning pirate lord of the Cumo crew when he was only 15. The title of Pirate Lord is only transferred on the death of the incumbent, either to a nominated successor or to the victor of a ritual challenge. According to tradition, the Pirate Lord must honor any challenge to his leadership, regardless of who issues it, although the choice of weapons is left to him. In Delane's case, Pirate Lord Crab opted for a bare hands contest, a highly unusual choice. It has been suggested that Crab saw Delane as a weak target due to his albinism, unworthy of a Pirate Lord's personal attention. It is possible that Crab intended to give Delane a beating rather than kill him outright. If so, it was a fatal act of mercy. Footage of the fight shot by onlookers shows Delane deftly evading Crab's heavy blows, allowing the larger man to tire himself out before delivering a sudden jab to Crab's eye. Delane then battered Crab into submission, continuing to pummel the body until it was unrecognizable. The Kumo crew immediately split, dividing itself into those who saw Delane as a legitimate leader and those who refused to follow an unproven youth. The rift was soon closed, however, as Delane proved himself as capable a leader as he was a fighter. It became clear that Delane intended to establish not only his own reputation, but that of the crew. From then on, Delane crushed any dissent with the same uncompromising brutality he had shown to Crab. He took a zero-tolerance approach to the petty squabbles that had previously paralyzed the Kumo crew, and in doing so, turned what had been an anarchic band of opportunists into a lethally effective raiding force. United in purpose and more organized than ever before, the Kumo crew quickly became the terror of the Pegasus sector, absorbing lesser pirate gangs, raiding civilian stations with impunity, and taking over corporate facilities. In Delane's early years of leadership, many rival pirate lords
By my maths, we have
demanded
about
a right
an
to
hour and a
dominate
half
the
until we reach our destination right now.
each of them convinced that they would be the one to strike him down and take over his enviable criminal empire. Delane met each challenger in turn, agreed to their choice of weapon.
Let's see, it's almost 8:30 on the clock. Let's make it a goal. Hour and a half, that means 9, 10 o'clock. Let's try to make it by 10 o'clock UTC.
Delane strangled with his own razor whip. There were no further challenges. Delane and his Kumo crew rule by fear, but they operate according to strict rules.
Currently 11:30
If a
for me.
settlement in Kumo
Well,
territory is
11:29,
paid as
but
tribute, any Kumo pirate foolish enough to raid
it'll
it
mean
risks
1 o'clock
being
in the
stripped
morning
of his
for me.
rank, his crew, his possessions.
Try to do it 10
his
o'clock
skin,
UTC.
and
Let's
his
do it.
life, according to the severity of the offense. These are the infamous 5 strippings, instigated by Delane as a standard punishment across Kumo territory.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Individuals. Arissa Lavinie Duval.
I am a daughter, not just of the Emperor, but of the Empire. And I look upon our traditions and achievements with pride. I hold, as my forefathers did, that to be born imperial is to receive the blessings of the universe. That is the true meaning of the ceremonial wine tipped upon our newborn heads.
Fuel scooping.
Does this pride in our heritage make me old-fashioned? So, I
Fuel scoop disengaged.
know that there are those in my family who cannot bear the burden of rank and privilege without a chronic sting of guilt. But I ask that you look charitably upon those so ailing, as I do. After all, rebellion is the prerogative of adolescence. I ask that you reserve your anger for a worthier target. For those who acknowledge our traditions in public, but privately serve only their own corrupt interests. For those who exploit their ancestors' sacrifices while holding our military. for all the petty, venal, spineless parasites in our very midst. I have sat with many such parasites, and for form's sake, I have masked my contempt. But that mask has served its purpose, and now I cast it aside. To the worms nestling so complacently in the heart of my beloved empire, I say this: we see you, and we are coming for you.
Arissa Lavinie Duval, private speech given at her post-coronation dinner.
I like Aisling Duval, but I hate
is the
Arissa.
reigning emperor, having been appointed to the position by the Imperial Senate, and a direct descendant
Aisling
of
is
the
pretty
first
cool,
emperor,
but
Henson
Arissa's a
Duval.
fucking bitch.
Her father was originally thought to be the late Prince Aristide de Lavinie, but Arissa's claim to be the illegitimate daughter of Emperor Hengist Duval has since been ratified by DNA testing. Arissa distinguished herself as a serving
System scan complete.
I absolutely do not
Unlike
like
other
Arissa.
senators who took their patron support for granted or left the work of intercession to a delegated representative, Arissa made a point of visiting and speaking directly with her patrons. Foremost among her concerns was how little scope for mobility the Empire offered. In theory, it was possible to rise in rank, but in reality, power was hoarded and loyal service went unrewarded. To her mother's horror, Arissa proceeded to go undercover as a slave in the Lagany household on Akana, talking to the staff and listening in on meetings. What she learned would change her view of the Empire forever. The rules could be broken with impunity, so long as the proper bribes were paid. A senator's favor could be secured, a corporation's accounts could be doctored, and an atrocity could be covered up for the right price. On paper, it might be a patronage system, but it operated as a de facto plutocracy. Arissa's experience as a slave also cemented her own view of imperial slavery, namely that it was no worse than indentured servitude, and downright luxurious compared to what the Federation's lowest paid workers had to endure. Non-imperial commentators responded by pointing out that slaves in noble households on Akana could hardly be held up as typical examples of slavery, and that Arissa might have learned more had she spent her time in a Mastopolos mining facility. Arissa has made no secret of her determination to restore the rule of law within the Empire. She means to purge it of corruption, and has received widespread public support for this cause. Unlike her niece, Aisling Duval, she sees the Empire system as inherently worthy, if impeded by long-term neglect. They need to be cleansed, not torn down and rebuilt, as per Aisling's wishes. As the first woman to serve as Emperor, Arissa is a controversial figure to many, regardless of her personal political stance. Many hardcore traditionalists within the Empire have vowed to depose her and replace her with a ruler more to their liking. Individuals. Denton Patrius.
What disgusts me? That's a perceptive question. By asking it, you reveal that you consider me a man of taste.
System scan complete.
If you'd asked me what I hated,
Frameshift drive charging.
I'm not sure I could have hidden my disappointment at such a banal question.
We're almost through the Starfield.
Disgust. That deserves an answer. It's jealousy that most disgusts me. It's such a petty, self-defeating emotion. I see it every day. Most men look at me and think, I want what he has. Perhaps 1 in 1,000 thinks, how can I achieve what he achieved? Now, he's not jealous. He's motivated, Who knows? We might work together one day. But most men are not like that. They have the desire, but not the initiative. It's like a dog watching you eat and wishing he was a human. And that's the tragic thing about jealous people. They think they hate me, but really, they hate themselves. Because deep in their hearts, they know they're too lazy to fight for their dreams.
Denton Patrius, a fireside chat with Serena, 3302. Denton Patrius is a powerful Imperial senator and the Admiral of the Imperial Fleet. He is a controversial figure, admired by many Imperials for his wealth and influence, but deeply unpopular in other quarters for his uncompromising approach to debtors.
Yo, did I just get a fucking
one of the strongest private
codex?
military fleets in colonized space?
I'm gonna have to look in that.
Patrius
I
has
swear I
repeatedly
just got a
issued loans
codex.
to struggling governments via shell companies, only to later hike up the interest rates. When the government defaults on the loan, a common occurrence, Patrius moves in to foreclose. Since few governments are able to match the power of
I
its
might have
private
to go to
fleet,
that place.
this is usually a one-sided affair, although some governments have appealed for and received the aid of independent pilots. This strategy has brought numerous systems under the control of Patrius's various corporations. If Patrius has any long-term goals beyond...
Alright, hold on, because I swear we just saw something. I swear we just saw something. Hold on. What did I see here? I can't land on any of them. I swear we just saw something though. Where are we? HOV? SPD? Hey, what's up, Mohammed? How you doing, bro? I got really frustrated with fucking Flight Simulator last night, mostly because of work. So we're just doing some Elite Dangerous. We're pretty close to our first nebula on our way back to Earth. I swear, I just got a Codex fucking Discovery, too. I can't see what it was for, but I swear I just got a first Discovery thing. Here, hold on a second. Let me show you while we're out here. So yeah, we're almost to our first stopping point here on the way back to Earth. This nebula over here. We are less than 30 jumps away. So if you want to stick around, you can see this nebula. And we're going to pass through it. And you go through the nebula here. Our next nebula is pretty close. It's this one right here, so we're going to go to this one too. Probably not today, but... Oh, you had a huge migraine, bro? I'm really sorry about that, bro. I get migraines all the time. Those are absolutely the worst. I hope you feel better, bro. Especially when they get to the point where they make you puke. Those are... I get them so often that, like, I kind of just deal with the pain and it's whatever for me. But when I have to fucking puke because of a migraine... Dude, I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better, bro. But yeah, we're at 26 jumps until we get there. We got 4 neutron jumps in the sequence, so that's going to be pretty fucking kick-ass. I love neutron jumps, and I haven't been able to show any to you guys since I started streaming recently, this game. But yeah, last night I was supposed to have taken tonight off. Today, last night really. I was supposed to have taken that off, but as soon as they offered what's called voluntary time off at my job, where everything was fully staffed and they let you just go home or whatever. As soon as they posted the notification for it, I didn't even have time to unlock my phone before it got taken yesterday. So. Yesterday I was playing Flight Simulator and I I didn't even get the chance to take fucking VTO, and then I crashed my fucking caravan, my Grand Caravan, my Cessna Caravan. I crashed it right after I repaired it. I mean, I guess I didn't crash it. I just oversped, and that made me fail the mission. So then I was trying to do employee missions yesterday to make some money to transport my light aircraft around so that I could do some light cargo missions. And the very first mission that I got with the Pilatus 12C, the Pilatus, whatever you want to call it, I call it the Pilatus 12C. The very first mission that I got with that, I tried to request through ATC a lower cruising altitude because the Pilatus, it maxes out at like 30,000, and the altitude that they wanted me to cruise at was 30,000. And because of my experience with the Caravan, I was like, if I get up to 30,000, it's gonna suck. Let me just fucking request to go down. And then it didn't give me any visual indicators for where I was landing. No pattern, no final descent, like no visual indicators. And then when I finally did land, it was just telling me that where I landed wasn't a valid landing area. I mean, it wanted me to land in like basically a grass field. And so I failed the mission because I didn't land in the right area because it didn't want to give me any visual indicators. So then I did one more mission with the Pilatus, and I just let it cruise at 30,000, but the whole time the motherfucking cockpit was screaming at me, no takeoff, no takeoff. I ended up glitching it into letting me take off, I guess, because I pressed the low speed prop button or whatever, the low idle speed button, and that finally let me take off because, I mean, I don't even know why it was screaming at me because I just started the mission, I just turned the airplane off, and it just started screaming at me, and every time I would try to throttle up, it wouldn't get above 500 RPMs. The only thing that I can think is that I was on another type of grass runway type of takeoff area, and I assume that I must have had to have like put some options on the cockpit in there, but I mean, that was only my second time flying the Pilatus 12C, and I mean, I'm not a veteran pilot. 90% of my flight time has taken place either in this game or in Grand Theft Auto 5, so when it comes to the instrumentation of the planes, I have no fucking oh, we just got another codex. That's so cool. We're gonna make so much money when we get home. I'll have to check and see again if this is a landable planet or not, because the codex discoveries, that means no one else has ever been here, and this is the first time that this is getting mapped out, and that means that I'm getting to put something in the book with my name on it in this game. Anyways, I'll have to look and see if it's a landable planet, if it's like some life forms or something. It says terraformable discovery. I think that's 3 in the last fucking 3 systems. That's so fucking cool. But anyways, yeah, with Flight Simulator, the whole time the fucking cockpit was screaming at me, no takeoff, no takeoff. It wouldn't let me fucking set my goddamn autopilot. It was just mad at me the whole time, and then ATC was mad at me the whole time because I couldn't set my autopilot, so they were just like, please increase your ascent to flight level, or please decrease your descent to flight level. And I'm just like, bro, I'm trying. So I got really, really pissed off with, so it said terraformables, I think is what it said, right? Or terrestrials. Shit, I don't even fucking know. Is it these two? I mean, at least we have 2 landable planets over here. Eshovies and QM. I'm gonna have to look in the codex and like really read to see if those are it. Fucking. I don't get migraines from video games, and that shit gave me horrible migraines. I got so frustrated last night or yesterday. Like, I was just like, fuck that shit. So yeah, here we are. We're gonna make it to our first nebula. Still not seeing what it could have possibly been, but I also could just not be reading it properly. I think it was terraformables. So we need to look at terrestrial likes. Yeah, I think that this is what we're supposed to be looking for. And we're looking... No, genuinely, I don't fucking know how to read the codex in this game. I know that we just saw 2 things, 3 things. And it showed us in the little info panel, but... Yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. I'm so fucking far from home. I genuinely don't even know that I care anyways. Like, we're still, like, 18,000 light years? Oh my god. At least 500 jumps. It's gonna take us so fucking long to get to home before, like, any of that shit even matters in the first place. Like, I don't know, if we find some interstellar phenomena, I would love to go check that out with you guys, because, like, that shit is cool as fuck, too. The interstellar phenomena, let me see if because I've seen a couple. Let me see if I have any in my codex, because I've seen a couple. The interstellar phenomena is so fucking cool. You get, like, lightning storms and stuff. Like, these weird-ass fucking... like, crystals and shit. Oh, yeah, like... I can't even do it justice with the codex, but with the interstellar phenomena, you get some really, really cool shit. We'll have to try to find some. And if I don't find any while I'm out here, then we'll definitely find some once we get home. Because there's like there's a shit ton of community resources for this game. And when you get closer to the fucking bubble, everything gets more detailed. It's when you're out here in the black, I mean, you have to deal with what other players have reported. Kind of like real life. I mean, you know, if it hasn't been discovered, it hasn't been discovered. So that's part of why I don't use the neutron highway, because I bet that I probably could use the neutron highway out here, but I'm so far, like, out from everything that it would be more of a pain in my ass. Yeah, we'll have to check that shit out later. We're almost to our neutron jumps, though. I think this puts us down to 22 jumps. We had 2 back-to-back, and 1 right at the end, and then 1 at the very beginning in between. So we're gonna have like 7 jumps, I think, before we get to our neutron jumps. So that means I also need to start to make sure that I'm fully fueled. So the next fuel star that we get to, I need to fuel up all the way. I have a pretty decent sized fuel tank. I think it's like 64 gallons or something like that. Let me see if it shows. I don't think it shows. Oh, no, it doesn't show my fuel tank here. But maybe my ship here? What about my stats? Nope. Can't see how many gallons of fuel I hold, but I know that it's not too much, but it's like a decent amount. It's probably like 64, like 128 gallons or something like that. Either way, I need to make sure that I'm stocked up before we hit those neutron jumps, just since we won't be able to refuel until we get to the nebula star. Maybe once I get back, before I go do space taxi stuff, I'll pull out a smaller ship that isn't quite so expensive to rebuy, and we'll go do some bounty hunter stuff for you guys. I'll do like a poll in my community or something for what you guys want to see when we actually get home. That won't be for at least 2 weeks probably, but I'll see what you guys want to see, whether it's some bounty hunting and some combat, or whether you guys just want to see the space taxi, or shit, maybe we'll even just go do some deep core mining. I've never done deep core mining, so maybe we'll try some deep core mining. I'll put that on the list also. Me turn my hyperspace dethrottle off. I need to go to the other room really quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna throttle back up, hit the discovery scanner. Still got lots of stars in this star belt around us. I'm gonna turn the hyperspace throttle off now, just so we can kind of keep cruising. Doing good on fuel, so let's hit the friendship drive. Far enough away from the star now. Yeah, just look at all these stars in this star belt right here. You can go to each one of those stars. It's pretty fucking cool. Like, No Man's Sky has a lot on this game with the base building and the first person and the planetary landings and stuff, but I don't know, I like this game for different reasons than what I like No Man's Sky for. And one of the reasons is that this is our home. Like, this is our home. This is where we live. You can go to each one of those little dots out there, and this is where we live. Like, this is where we live. I don't know, I like No Man's Sky for the base building and stuff and all that shit, but like, this is where we live, bros. Makes me sad that I'm stuck on console and that I can't get Odyssey, where we actually can do the first person exploration and all that shit, but just inspires me to want to do better in my life so that I can get a PC, you know? I'm pretty sure that Elite Dangerous allows account migration, so I should be able to transfer over to Odyssey if I ever do upgrade in time. And I'll be able to take my Anaconda and all my good shit with me, but I don't know, even as is, I love this shit, man. Cause like, this is where we live. This is where we live, man. Oh look, you can see the nebula. As we're starting to approach it, you can actually see it over there. That's so cool. Let me make sure I get a fucking screenshot of that really quick. Cause yeah, that's where we're approaching right now. So let me get a good screenshot of that really quick. Couple good screenshots, really. Cause yeah, we're finally making our approach, bros. Let me get a good shot of the fucking. Well, I want that star out of frame. Hold on. I have to accelerate a little bit, because I don't want that star in frame. Or like, if it is gonna be in frame, I'd like it to be in frame with the rest of the galaxy disk. The space battles in No Man's Sky are definitely really fun too, but the space battles in Elite Dangerous are something else. I can't do any space battles with you guys for a while just because of how far away that I am. But in Elite Dangerous, because of the way that flight assist works, where you can turn flight assist on and off and you can make your ship behave like an actual spaceship in Newtonian physics, battles in this planet in this game are fucking something else, dude. Like it's more like actual dogfighting and more like actual space battles than No Man's Sky. It's crazy. Like I said, unfortunately I can't do any for you guys because I'm so goddamn far away from home right now. But maybe when I get home, we'll go do some bounty hunting before I do my space taxi shit. Because I think space battles in this game are a lot of fucking fun too. Yeah, you definitely gotta check out. Go look on like YouTube. Look for like people doing bounty hunting and stuff. It's crazy, especially when people are actually good, because I'm not even that good. But when people are good, here, let me drop out since you guys are in the chat, let me drop out a Super Cruiser and I'll show you. I can't do it in my main ship because I don't have a big enough power plant. Let me get into my fighter really quick. There are planets you can land on, yes, and actually there are some missions that require planetary landings. So, but let me get a good third-person view here for you. Sorry, third-person camera is kind of hard, but one of the really cool things about flying in the fighters in this game is that you can do what's called boost turns, where you see we're moving 313 meters per second in this direction. You hit the boost, you hit the flight assist, and now we're flying backwards and we're facing whatever was behind us. You know, I mean. You hit the boost button a couple times, and really you can face whatever direction you want. Like, space combat in this game is something else. Just because with flight assist off, it makes it behave like a real fucking spaceship, so... Let's get docked again. Here, I'll even try docking without flight assist for you guys. I'm very terrible at docking in general, let alone flight assist off, but at least we ain't got no gravity out here. The last time I went into the fighter ship, we were on a planet. But now you can kind of see how every thrust input that you input, it kind of just like keeps going. So you like really have to be careful about your flight inputs. you can see how much flight assist really helps you. Flight assist is pretty important when you're trying to move like an airplane, and then when you want to move like a spacecraft, flight assist off is really pretty helpful. It's definitely some pretty crazy stuff when you get into more advanced movements and learn how to use more advanced movements. Like I said, I'm not that good of a pilot. You can see once we engage our super cruise, I'm only competent in my combat rank. I'm an elite explorer. So I've been to SAG-A twice and back now, once we get home. So I'm an elite explorer. I'm a pretty decent trader. But my combat rank is only competent. I'm only just a couple levels above helpless. Combat in this game is definitely something else. You don't like the pilotless avionics? I get that, bro. I think the only reason I like the pilotless more than the Grand Caravan is just because the pilotless is like an actual jet. And it seems to me that I have an easier time winding the jets down for landing than with the turboprops. The turboprop is what I'm still struggling with because I'm having a hard time winding the turbo down while winding the prop down at the same time. And genuinely, I think that's just because those require two different fucking, like, inputs, and I just don't have my secondary input set up yet for the prop controls. I think that's what my main struggle with the turboprops is that you gotta, as you wind the turbo down, you gotta wind the prop down too. And because I don't have an actual button set for the prop speed, that's what I keep struggling with, is getting the turbo wound down with the prop. And I need to set a set of buttons for the prop speed, I think is what it is. That way I can try to wind them both down at the same time instead of having to go like into the cockpit view and like wind the throttle down and then wind the lever down with the fucking internal view manually. Like I genuinely think that that's what my main struggle is. So I'll have to go into free flight and figure out a nice button combination for that, because after sleeping on it, I think that's what my issue is just winding the prop speed down with the turbo, and I need to have a button input for that so that I don't have to do it manually. That's really the only thing that I liked about the Pilotus compared to the Caravan, I think, is just that with it being a whole-on jet, that my understanding of how to wind them down is a little bit more cohesive, whereas with the turboprop, it's kind of, you have to manage both of the throttles instead of just one. Oh, is this? No, I don't think so. Once you get to be playing Elite Dangerous as long as I do, when you go into witch space, sometimes you can look at the star that you're jumping to, and you can see how bright it is, and you can kind of guess whether it's going to be a neutron jump, but I could tell that one wasn't. When we get to... Oh, I just got another astronomical... hell yeah, I did get another codex thing. But once we get to the point where we're doing a neutron jump, I'll show you guys what to look for in the little in the witch space, because you can kind of tell when you're jumping what kind of star you're going to be jumping to. Besides the fact that it tells you up in the upper right hand corner, Class M Red Dwarf. But you can tell based off of their luminosity as you're going through witch space. It's pretty cool. For me, I've noticed that white dwarfs and neutron stars, they have, the only word that I have for it is corners. The way that the light bends and stuff, they have corners that normal stars don't have. I'll see if I can kind of point out how the next star that we jump to doesn't have like corners. Because we're going to a Class M red dwarf, so it shouldn't have anywhere close to having corners. It's usually only like the really bright, like white type stars that start to look like neutrons or white dwarfs. But even then, the neutrons and the white dwarfs, they're pretty distinctive with how bright they are. And then, like I said, the little corner things that I'll try to point out.
System scan complete.
Alright, so once we get into witch space, I'll show you what to look for. Let's take a look at the system map really quick if it'll load fast enough. Pretty nice little system, got lots of gas giants. So as we make our jump into witch space, you can see the star that we're jumping to. It's pretty dim and it's pretty red. You can barely even see it. It doesn't even have corners on it, so you can tell that that's not... You can kind of tell what kind of star it is just by looking at it as we jump to it. Let's see what kind of star the next one is, and maybe I'll be able to point out the little corner things to you guys, because it kind of just depends on how bright the star is. Another M dwarf. Yeah, not gonna happen. I'll try to point it out when we get to the neutron stars, though, because they have distinctive corners around. They kind of look... I don't know how to explain it, other than they have 4 distinctive corners where they flare out from, like, it almost looks like an astigmatism or something. Like, it has 4 distinctive corners. You'll see. And they're bright as fuck. They look white as fuck. Like, they're very distinctive.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Kind of hard to see the nebula behind that band of stars, though. Yeah, you'll see again very off in the distance in that center. It's very dim and very red, kind of almost yellow. Just kind of a visual indicator as to what kind of star you're jumping to if you miss the classification and the info band up there. Got 14 jumps left to go, so we should be getting very, very close to doing our first neutron jump soon. Well, our first neutron jump on stream in the last couple days anyways. I think I've done at least 20 on the way to Sage, but don't think I've done any since I left Sage. It just occurred to me, I streamed my whole journey to getting to be Rear Admiral in the Empire on fucking Twitch, so you guys didn't even get to see any of that. I'm like a Rear Admiral or something in the fucking Empire, or is it the Federation? I'm not sure what the fucking ranks are, but I can buy the Anaconda and the Corvette, which are, you have to be pretty highly ranked. You see what the requirements are. I guess for Anacondas you don't need a certain rep, but for the Corvette, you have to get to Rear Admiral rank in the Federation. So you have to do like X amount of missions or whatever. Let me see, Rear Admiral. So there are 14 ranks in the Federation that you earn by doing missions and stuff. And Rear Admiral is ranked 12 out of 14, so I had to do a fair amount of grinding to get my Corvette. You guys haven't seen that yet. It kind of looks pretty similar to the Anaconda here. But where the Anaconda is more about like jump range and versatility with what kind of modules you can put in it. You can dress the Anaconda up to do pretty much whatever you want, whether it be cargo hauling, space taxi, space exploration, kind of like what I'm doing, but most people will have theirs outfitted a little bit better than mine. Whatever you want. The Anaconda is pretty versatile and can do pretty much whatever you want. The Corvette is all about combat. The Anaconda only has like 3 big hard points. The Corvette has 4 big hard points. So it's more about combat and hard points than about internal like cargo selections and stuff. So if we do go out bounty hunting, you guys will see me use my Corvette probably. Unless I decide to use something smaller. Yeah, I just realized you guys didn't even see me do all of my shit for the Corvette. I must have done like 50 cargo missions for the Abraham Lincoln. And I don't even know how many black box retrievals. The black box, that's like the flight recorder, right? So some of the missions that you can do, it's called a black box retrieval, where for ships that have like crashed and blown up out in space, you go collect their black box and you bring it back for analyzation or whatever. And some of the black box retrievals, the ships that you're going to retrieve the black box for, they got jumped by pirates. And so for some of the black box retrievals, you have to do an elite rank black box retrieval where you gotta jump in and go retrieve the black box. And there's just, oh, here comes a neutron jump. Alright, watch this. So we're gonna jump, right? And you'll be able to see as we go into witch space how bright this star is. Once we get past this cloud, you see how bright that thing is? And then look at the corners. You see all the corners on that thing? Oh, the little fucking like what do you call it? The stigmatism fucking lights, you know? You can really see the stigmatism on the fucking neutron jumps. But yeah, with the black box, sometimes the ship that got destroyed, they got jumped by pirates, and so you have to either fight off or run away from the pirates as you retrieve the black box. That's pretty scary. Yeah, here's the neutron star. Here's our first neutron jump. Like I said, these are like my favorite things ever in this game, because they're just so cool. They're also really scary. Because the way that I got ripped out of Super Cruise and got put into a safety stop with that star earlier, we have what's called an exclusion zone, and that's around every interstellar body. If you run into the exclusion zone, it will rip you out and put you into regular flight mode for safety reasons. And if you get put into a safety stop while you're in these jets will toss you around like a hurricane or a tornado, and they will rip the fuck out of your ship. So you always have to make sure that you're angled far, far, far away from the exclusion zone. And then you want to go in nice and slow. Nice and slow. And as we approach the beam, we want to start to go parallel. So that way once we enter the jet beam, we can throttle all the way down. But we got to get into the jet beam. Nice and slow, and make sure that we're going almost parallel. That way when it does capture us and start taking us, because it'll take us. Yeah, here we go. Then we just want to throttle all the way down and just make sure that we're pointing in the same direction as the beam. Now we're supercharged, so now we just got to wait until it spits us out. And we just want to keep making sure that we face the beam, the same direction that the beam's going. Now we can start to throttle up a little bit to try to get out. And now we're good. But those beams, when you enter those beams, if you don't enter them in the right direction, it'll literally toss you around like a fucking hurricane or like a tornado. And they'll chew you up and they'll spit you out. And look, you can actually see the gravitational bending of that neutron star around those other stars as we pass it. You can see just how massive that star is, that it bends the light of those. But yeah, that's the neutron jumps. You enter the beam, and the way that when you go around a sequence fuel star that's rated KGB foam, the way that you scoop fuel out of those, your fuel scoop will open up and you supercharge your frame shift drive with the beam of the neutron star. But yeah, if you're not facing the right way, they have extreme tidal forces and it will rip your ship apart. I've had that happen to me a couple times when I was in some of the smaller ships before I knew how to really do the neutron jumps. And I would just kind of fly into the beam willy-nilly without any care in the world. And yeah, it knocked me out of Super Cruise because I had to do a safety stop. And then the tidal forces just absolutely ripped my ship apart and absolutely cooked the internals like I was in the world's biggest microwave. When you know how to approach them, they're pretty gentle and they don't hurt that much. But some of the white dwarves have significantly smaller jet cones, and if you ever have to do a white dwarf jump instead of a neutron jump, those ones can be significantly scarier because you don't have as long to lead up to get into the cone like what I just did now. I had what must have been, I don't know, so far, but you're in Colonia, bro? I recently went to Colonia. I'm on my way home now. I've had my share of experience with white dwarves. They're certainly helpful when it comes to long distance journeys, but they are the most scary by far. Yeah, I'm finishing up my most recent journey to Colonia. Must have been like half a year ago that I was there at least, though. Like, I've been on this journey from Seoul to Saje and back with Colonia as a stop for like the last 2 years. It's taken me forever. It should have only taken me like 4 weeks, but I took a long break once I got stuck in the black, and yeah. I mean, we're here now. We're not too far away from home anymore. Yeah, I'm on Legacy version. I'm on a PS5, so I won't be able to upgrade to Odyssey until after I get a PC. But I have so many other games in my backlog right now. It's like the bottom of my to-do list. Not including the fact that I need to move from Colorado to New Mexico later this year. So, yeah, getting a PC and upgrading and all of that, that's like at the bottom of my to-do list. But yeah, I am on Legacy, unfortunately.
Disengaged.
We'll get to Legacy one day, though. I mean, not to Legacy, we'll get to Odyssey one day. We're making our somewhat final approach now to the nebula that we were approaching for our first stop on the way back home. Make sure I got a couple screenshots of that. And there's these other nebulas too, or nebulae, however you want to say. A couple more that are pretty close by. And I got a couple screenshots of those while we're here. Yeah, there's that one right there. That one looks pretty cool. I really like that one. I mean, I don't even have a fleet carrier yet, so, you know, it's like I have really no business upgrading to Odyssey yet when I don't even own my own fleet carrier yet. I feel like if I had my own fleet carrier, then I'd probably be a little bit more anxious to try to upgrade. Damn, no shit. I actually didn't know anything about that. The Caspian Explorer, that's pretty fucking cool. It gets 400 plus with the neutron. That's crazy. I'll definitely have to remember that when it comes time for me to upgrade. Yeah, I made the mistake of coming out here in my Anaconda. I thought that I had engineered it to have enough of a jump range, but apparently not. I know that most people engineer their Jumpacondas to have a jump range of like 75 plus. Mine unfortunately only has a jump range of 35 light years, so I definitely should have came out here in my Diamondback, which has a 45 light year jump range, but I mean, I've already made it there and halfway back. What am I supposed to do now? Other than just learn in the future to not take such a shitty ass ship. I mean, my ship isn't shitty when it comes to jumping around the bubble. It's pretty actually excellent, but just when it comes to interstellar exploration. Oh god. My naivete back then must have been something else, because I can't even imagine trying to take something with less than 45 now. But that could also just be experience talking. I mean, how the fuck was I supposed to know that 4 weeks of real life travel would turn into 4 years? No, it's been nice though. I really enjoyed getting to see Sagittarius A for the second time. I probably won't get to see it again. So it was really nice to get to see Colonia again too, since I probably won't get to see Colonia again. Maybe one more time in my entire lifetime. It was nice to make the journey one more time, but fuck me if I don't do this shit with my fleet carrier next time. I don't think I'm doing it again. Because with the fleet carriers, don't you get like 500 light years of light jump range or some shit per jump? And isn't it like a 30-minute cooldown or some shit? I don't fucking remember. Either way, I definitely won't be doing this with this short of a ship anymore. Ever again. Let's grab a couple more screenshots. That one kind of almost looks like yin and yang. There's one. Yeah, right there. Here we go. Alright, let's get this place scanned and then move on to the next place. We're good to go then. Let's see, another M dwarf star. Better make sure that well, we're good on fuel, but I'll fuel up anyways, just because we do have 3 neutron jumps relatively back-to-back soon. Yeah, you see how dim that star is? That's kind of a way that you can tell what kind of star you're jumping to. Another astronomical. That means we're good to jump as soon as we get to the orange. Right about now. Ooh, another neutron star. Alright. And then yeah, you can see with this one, just you see how white it is and how bright, and you see how it has those spokes coming off of it. Those spokes are pretty big. Engineers in the bubble that have info for Colonia engineers. I actually did do some of my Colonia engineering. A lot of it is just that, to be honest, engineering has taken a really big backseat to my gameplay because I didn't see a need for it really up until now. I really wish that I would have engineered more of my ship. I did do some engineering. Let me make sure my throttle's set to 0 so we don't fucking crash. But I did actually engineer some of my modules already. This one's modified. I modified my frameshift drive. And I modified my thrusters. I just don't have the Guardian jump drive or whatever. And then I haven't focused on engineering enough to have all of my shit engineered to the maximum yet. Like I said, for a long time it wasn't important to me. I didn't need it. Really, until now. I just didn't need it, and so I just didn't do it. In retrospect, I know that I should have done it before I ever left the bubble, but it's just the way life goes sometimes. Let's try to loop back past the neutron star and see if we can't get a nice screenshot with that, though. Without fucking ourselves over, maybe? Might need to select it on the map to make sure that I don't run into it. Yeah, these things are so massive, like they get such amounts of gravitational distortion with the light around them. It could be pretty cool if we could make a pass by and get some pictures. Especially the way they tint the light around you blue and shit. I want to maybe point a little bit more away from it though, just so we really don't hit that exclusion zone. I would hate to destroy my ship right now. When we're just going for a fucking screenshot. I think we should be pointed just enough away. Other than the black holes, these are like one of my favorite parts about this game. Just because of how cool they are. I wish that we could get a nice screenshot of it on the background of the galactic lens, but do you charge on FSD as experimental? For class 4 manager. It's for 5 and up. Did I use the wrong thing for it or something? Like I said, I'm not very good at that kind of stuff. I genuinely I haven't done very much of it. I was most of what I did was just to outfit my ship for this trip, and that's it. I figure once I get back to Seoul, I'll probably try to optimize my engineering more. Especially if I actually get into doing combat and all of that. Shit, throttle down. I forgot about hyperspace dethrottle. That almost fucked me. Alright, there's the star. So I think if we enter into the jet right where it's doing that loop, just to the left of where the nose is at, we should be good. And that leaves just enough of the jet that we should be able to supercharge and not get tossed around too much. I should probably take a look at my internals once we get to the nebula, though.
Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
See if I need to fix anything.
Frameshift drive supercharged. Frameshift drive charging.
You know, we're actually almost 15 minutes above schedule, though. How many jumps we got left? 4 jumps? Yeah, we're like 15 minutes ahead of schedule. I said like 10 o'clock UTC. Doing pretty good on time.
Warning, temperature critical.
Please don't cook. Alright, we're good.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Super Cruise Assist is a little damaged, but it's fine for now. The rest of the module health looks good. Usually about 80% is when I like to repair everything. So, unless it gives us like fucking like 10 more neutron jumps back to back, I think we'll probably be good. I sincerely doubt that it'll give us that many based off of the fact that it only gave us 4 with this sequence.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Well, I was trying to turn the hyperspace dethrottle on, but I just turned it down myself. It's okay. But yeah, again, you see all those spokes on the stars? That's how you can, on the star, that's how you can tell that it's a neutron. Or like a white dwarf, because it'll have all those spokes on it. Now that we're faced away from the star, we can probably inject into the cone at any point, but we're just going to want to, again, do it nice and slow and keep the throttle below the blue line. The blue line is kind of how you can tell what speed to approach the star stations, and when you're approaching a planet for landing. You kind of want to have it be in the blue marker, but for the neutron jumps, you always want to make sure it's below. Just so you don't get tossed around too much. We're getting closer and closer to that nebula, though. You can really see it here. Especially once we clear away from the neutron star and it stops tinting our light with the gravitational bending. Yeah, you can really see that nebula now. We're only at 14C. I'm not sure what nebula it is. I just know in the maps it's called BOP AA. And here's the next one we're gonna head to. I've been calling it Iowa in my head. And then we got this one. That's the next one we're gonna head to before we go home. After that. And then here's the halfway point. I swear we saw, what was it called? The Cat's something nebula? The Cat's Paw? Yeah, the Cat's Paw. We're also going to go see NGC. That one's pretty close on the way. Cat's Paw and Lagoon. There's another one that we're going to go see, the Lagoon Nebula. I'm not sure where the Horsehead Nebula would be at. Yo, thanks, Loco Coco. How you doing, bro? I think that was the last neutron jump. We might have one more, but I think that was the last one. So the last 2 or 3 jumps should just be regular jumps. And then we'll be right outside the nebula. I'll chart a course like through into the center, and then we'll start heading towards the next one. We're definitely not going to get to the next one today. I think I'm actually going to wrap the stream up here in about the next 30 minutes or so once we get to the center of the next this nebula, but it's been a good stream, guys. Thanks for watching. We're almost there. It's about to be 3 o'clock in the morning for me. I might take a nap. I might switch over to MSFS after this. I'm not sure yet. Kind of just depends on how I'm feeling, because we still got probably another 20 jumps to go until we get to the center of the nebula. Right now we're just kind of approaching the outside. Got 2 more jumps to go before we'll be kind of on the outskirts of it. You can see how it's starting to diffuse, I think. Cause yeah, there it is in front of us. So you can actually see how it's already starting to diffuse a little bit. You can really see how the galactic disk is starting to diffuse now that we're getting away from the galactic center too. Used to be really, really cloudy on the both top and bottom, but now it's mostly just cloudy on the bottom there. You can see that, especially as we look back towards Sagittarius A, that it's starting to diffuse a lot too with the galactic disk, especially as we look forward. You can see that it's mostly just bright back here, so we're making good time. Or good distance anyways, I don't know about good time. We're making some good distance now.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
So we got 2 more jump points until our destination, and then yeah, we'll start to cruise into the middle of the nebula up there.
Fuel scooping.
I'm glad we got some neutron jumps in. I was starting to worry it wasn't going to give us any.
Fuel scoop disengaged. System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
I'm gonna go use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. Alright, this was the last stop. So let's make sure we get lots of screenshots after we do our scanning. And then, yeah, we'll just keep pushing into the nebula. And then, yeah, once we're done there, we'll start tracking towards the next one. Till it's time to go home or whatever. So let's see. Do we want to go probably right about over here. Let's see, like, right, a little bit more north, right over here. Yeah. Maybe on this one, yeah. And let's see. Ooh, no, not quite. A little bit more north. Right in here, yeah. We're kind of at the bottom of that little... I don't know, maybe still even a bit more north, I think. North meaning up. No, I don't know. It's a pretty decent spot. I don't know, that looks good. What do you guys think? That look good? I think that should be a pretty decent spot. Unless you guys think I should go more in the center up here, like over here. What do you guys think? Does that look good, or should I go more towards the center where my cursor is? I think it looks good where I'm at. Kind of right at the bottom of the center there. Yeah, let's do that. It's only 4 jumps. Damn. Yeah, it should be a good spot.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
I hope you guys will be able to tell as we start passing into the nebula. We're like right on the outskirts. This next jump will put us right into it. I haven't personally been through many nebulae, so I'm pretty excited to go through this one with you guys, because this will be like I mean, I've been through a couple, but I've never been through any with you guys before, so I'm pretty excited to go through this one with you guys, because I haven't been through many nebulae, and so to go through one with you guys, I'm pretty excited.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
Oh man, I accidentally deployed a heat sink.
Sink deployed.
And to go into my map. So this is where we're at. Like right on the outskirts. These next two jumps are going to take us right into the center. So we're like right on the outskirts right now. Realistically, I don't even think I can take any screenshots right now, except for maybe of that once the little circle, the ecliptic circle goes away. Like this just looks so, I mean, I guess I could take a screenshot of like this. That's just so, I mean, I don't even have words. Just, fuck. I'm absolutely speechless right now. This is why I play this game. It's so fucking beautiful out here. I mean, I don't even have words. I need a moment. I mean, it's sad that I'm about to cry because of this shit, but I mean, oh my god, it's genuinely just so beautiful out here. I just need a moment to appreciate it, you know? And I came out here. I did this. This isn't something I'm viewing because of. I did this. That's what's so beautiful about it. For me, anyways. And bro says he knows a spot. Oh, holy shit. Holy shit. I'm gonna need so many screenshots. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on a second, let me turn the lights off. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. Dude. Bros. This is only the second time in my entire life that I've ever seen anything like this. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm absolutely speechless. And we live here. We live here! Not here in this nebula, but we live here. This is where we live. Fuck, man. It absolutely breaks my heart that I'll never get to see this shit in real life. It's so beautiful. Oh my god. Like, oh my god. This game is so crazy. I know that a lot of what I do is fucking very boring and repetitive in what I'm doing in this game right now, but holy shit, the views like this is what makes what I do in this game worth it. Also, the people, they crave the combat, they crave the space taxi, the space trucking, the mining, whatever you want. This is what I crave in this game. And holy shit, was it worth it? I'm not exaggerating when I say that in this game, it has taken me... Sorry, I'm trying to load the playlist so I can see. I'm not exaggerating when I say that it has taken me 2 or 3 Earth years of my life to see this. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that this is the most beautiful thing that I've ever seen in my entire life as far as stellar objects go. Holy shit. This was worth 3 years of my life. Just to come out here and see this. This is amazing. I love this. I need to get so many screenshots. I'm about to start just taking so many screenshots because this is amazing. I love this. And the fact that this is a real place in our galaxy that if I was given a ship like this I could actually go to. Oh my fucking god, this is like... This is all I could ever want from a space game. Like, I love No Man's Sky for its base building, but holy shit. This is something else, man. This is something else. We're about to be in the heart of it now. I'm genuinely not exaggerating when I say that I'm about to cry because of how beautiful this shit is. And I'm genuinely not exaggerating when I say that it almost breaks my heart just how amazing the world that we live in is, but I mean, nothing could ever beat this. Oh man, just look at all those fucking colors, dude. Even those shadows. Fuck. Oh man. Just look at all those colors, man. Oh, that blue right there. Oh, fuck, dude. I genuinely need like a moment. Oh my god, it's so beautiful out here and I will never get to experience that for myself. It's so sad. And it's so beautiful. Oh my god, look at all of it. It's so... Fuck, man. It makes my soul weep.
System scan complete.
Anyways, like I said, we definitely won't make this today. We're gonna set this bookmark Iowa. And then this one next stop. Since that's our next stop. Oh, man, I'm still overcome with so many emotions from fucking viewing that nebula. Oh my god. It's just so beautiful. Fuck, man. Oh, we got so many neutron jumps to this spot. I counted at least 3. We're only 23 jumps away. We might just keep going then. Before we do, let's make sure we grab a couple more screenshots, because holy fuck. Oh, especially seeing it on the tablet compared to my TV. Oh my god, you guys must have such a... You guys are seeing so much. Oh my god. It is so beautiful in the capture compared to my screen. I have things so overblown on my screen. I'm just looking at the screen where I see what you guys see. Oh my god. Holy fuck. It's so beautiful. And that's where we live. Oh man. I gotta stop looking. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna actually cry. It's, there's just so much. Man, I'm actually... Oh, this game is so beautiful.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive supercharged. System scan complete. System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging. System scan complete. Fuel scooping complete. Frameshift drive charging. Warning. Temperature critical. Hull integrity compromised.
Fuck, I did not mean to get too close. Whatever.
Cannot comply. Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage. Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged. System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scooping. System scan complete. Fuel scooping complete. Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scooping. System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging. Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive supercharged.
Oh yeah, look at that gravitational lensing right there. You guys see how the fucking neutron star is bending the planet or the stars there? That's so fucking cool. You guys can even see that little disc around the star around which it bends things. That's so cool. If you guys look at like that one, you can see how it like, kind of curves around with the disc. That's so cool. Yo, even at this distance, you can still see the gravitational lensing. That is so fucking cool.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Frameshift drive supercharged. System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
I accidentally deployed another fucking heat sink. Oh my god.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging. Scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Alright guys, I know we're pretty close to the nebula, but I'm getting pretty tired. Probably wrap it up once I scan this place. Thanks for watching. Glad we made it to our first major nebula stop. I'm really glad we got some neutron jumps for you guys. I think tomorrow, or aka later in the morning, when I wake up, after I go to the store, we're gonna do some more Flight Simulator. We're gonna have to do some more light cargo missions before I can afford to do anything else. And hopefully when I do circle back around to flying in the Grand Caravan, we don't have any more descent issues. Because before I start streaming, I'm going to do some free flight in the Grand Caravan to work on my descent and to bind a second binding for the propeller throttle, so that way with the turboprops I'm not having the issue of trying to wind down and being stuck at max speed because I can't slow down because my fucking prop is at max speed. So yeah, we're gonna come up with some key bindings for that and work on that, and then yeah, tomorrow or later today after I go to the store and get the ingredients I need for dinner tonight, we'll do some more Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'll try to come back to this a bit later in the week, maybe once I go back to work, depending on how Flight Simulator goes. If Flight Simulator continues to give me grief, we'll come back to this sooner rather than later. But if that goes well, might take us a while, but we're right here off of the nebula. Looks like we got 2 neutron jumps. And then we'll pass through this nebula and keep going home. Here's how far we are from home. Here's how far we are from Sage. We've made it all the way through the Imprian Straits. We're a decent way through the normal arm, so making good progress. Yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you guys later. Bye.